Dear Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Riga. My name is Kārlis Balputnis and I will be your host today. Welcome to Navigating Energy Pathways for the Baltic Sea Region, organized by World Energy Council Latvia, the Ministry of Climate and Energy of Latvia, and the University of Latvia, in close collaboration with the World Energy Council global community. This event would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors: Latvenergo, Electric Power Research Institute, Electric Power Engineers, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, the Nordic Council of Ministers, Office in Latvia, Schwenk, the British Embassy in Riga, and Augsburg Matīkls. Thank you. Today, around 350 policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, regulators, civil society representatives, and community voices have gathered here at the University of Latvia House of Science to tackle the questions that will define this region's energy future. And for those joining us remotely, the conference is being broadcast online in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and other places as well, via multiple channels. We are glad to have you with us as well. The Baltic Sea region stands at a remarkable turning point. Just a year ago, the Baltic states desynchronized from the Russian power grid and connected to the continental European system. A major milestone for energy sovereignty. But sovereignty alone is not enough. We must also build on it with generation capacity, with grid resilience, with competitive pricing, and crucially, with the trust and support of the communities in which these projects take shape. Today's conference is built around 5 big questions. What does the geopolitical landscape mean for our energy pathways? How do we match the growing demand for electricity with reliable, affordable supply? How do we finance a transition that delivers real economic value? How do we bring communities along as partners and not just as bystanders? And finally, what comes next? What are the concrete plans of the energy ministers in this room? Throughout most of the panel session today, we warmly invite your questions on Slido. You can find the Slido QR code either in the programs or your badge, or you can go straight to slido.com and enter the code #WEC2026. It must be noted that this event also is an important stepping stone towards the road to the World Energy Council Congress 2026 in Riyadh in this year, where many of today's themes will resonate on the global stage. But now, before we dive in, let me invite our opening speakers to set the scene. Let me first invite Associate Professor Olga Bogdanova, Chair of the World Energy Council Latvia, the driving force behind today's event. Olga, the floor is yours.
Good morning, honorable ministers, Assistant State Secretary of the United States, Ms. Hereza, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. More than a century ago, just after the World Energy Council was established, the Latvian Cabinet of Ministers created the World Energy Council Latvian National Committee. It united that time 3 field ministries and 5 NGOs, integrating in a global, politically neutral and professional forum built on trust, mutual support, high moral standards, and expertise sharing. Today, global energy landscape is more complicated than ever. We share the challenges facing how to ensure secure and affordable energy while accelerating transition toward sustainable future. None of the countries or sectors can do it alone. That's why learning and mutual support is more important than ever. The World Energy Council plays a vital role for taking this supportive role in creating synergies. This week, we celebrate also 1 year after the Baltic energy system was synchronized with the continental European network. This is an excellent example how, despite the very challengeable, technologically, financially, and politically complicated tasks, we can solve issues together, only working together. This gathering in Riga today, despite a very cold weather, despite demanding winter, becomes a warm, glowing heaven, welcoming shelter for partners from across Europe and beyond, for you to pause, to have insights, to deepen network. We are highly delighted to welcome our distinguished speakers from 12 countries, and great guests from 19 countries, including Europe, the United States, Arab Emirates, and many other countries joining us online. I would like to have this event giving you an inspiration for meaningful conversations and very long-term successful cooperation. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being part of this community. And thank you for your dedication to building secure, affordable, and sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Next, I invite Kaspars Melnis, Minister of Climate and Energy of the Republic of Latvia. Minister Melnis has been instrumental in shaping Latvia's energy policy during a period of unprecedented change, including the exit from Brel and heightened interest in renewable energy deployment. Minister, please.
Ministers, Honorable Assistant State Secretary of US, Excellencies, dear guests. Energy drives the evolution of modern society. We are surrounded by devices that consume it. It is the base of our communication, our comfort, and the backbone of our transportation systems. To innovate and provide essential service, our entrepreneurs rely on highly stable energy supplies, receiving sustainable energy at competitive price. And the question of energy cost is vital because it is a direct driver of our global competitiveness. Unfortunately, energy is also used as a weapon of influence and strategical targets. In 2022, Europe was under threat with an energy crisis. This year, Russia is carrying out terror against the peaceful people of Ukraine, leaving them without electricity and heat, essentially at the rear, especially vital during this cold winter. Evidently, the Ukrainian army is not so easy target as energy-producing systems. I offered my deepest compassion and wish the Ukrainian people strength and resilience. As for us, we have energy. However, it still relies on a historically important market. Our task is to learn from the past and from the current events on the front lines to build an energy system that is resilient, external influence. Is this possible today? Perhaps not instantly. Yet developing our energy sector as reducing dependency is a matter of our national security. It is not a simple task. Our turning import system established over decades in a monumental task. But it must be done for a better and safer tomorrow by forging new forms of cooperation, and we are doing it step by step. A prime example is the Baltic region. We successfully integrated into the European power grid a year ago, having previously operated effectively in so-called island mode and passing all technical tests, including fluid interest cooperations. And now we know sure that our system is stable and it could be stable in our hands. The development of energy in the Baltic region is vital, as is a sustainable advance of energy in Europe and in the whole world. The Earth is our common home, and we must pass it to our future generations, to our children, in a better state than received from our previous generations. Building a sustainable, secure world requires collaboration and integrity. The World Energy Council provides a perfect platform to turn these goals into reality. I wish you an exciting conference, rich with new ideas and new contacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now let me invite Professor Gundars Bērziņš, Rector of the University of Latvia, our generous host today. Academia and energy policy are inevitably intertwined, highlighted also by us being here today in the House of Science. Professor, welcome.
Distinguished guests, ministers, everybody who likes talk about energy and think about energy. This is a great honor for University of Latvia to welcome you here on this very topical questions and topical event. You are here in a time in Riga when we have the coldest winter in 15 years. And then you understand that how important energy is, and we really appreciate that we have energy to be warm inside our buildings. And that's also part of energy resilience. Why we so much think about how to manage societies in this kind of weather and these kind of conditions. But this is only a small part. We are used to be here with this kind of weather long time ago, and we are ready for that. But there are other challenges we are not always ready for, and these are challenges of different new technologies which are evolving. Our grids not always are ready to take the loads, to have an access to supply and demand. How do we manage the supply and demand in this complex environment where producers of energy are ready to produce, society is not ready to do it, to take this particular businesses alongside their living spaces? This is a very important question for society. How do we work together with the renewable energy sector in our society, from one point? From another point, there are industry which requires more and more energy because we develop, because future is in electricity demand industries. So, and then there is a role of universities. And the role of universities, and the reason I believe you are here, is ability to think longer than election cycles. And I believe that's very important, not only because of technology, which requires long-term investment, but also because of societal understanding of importance of different kind of approaches to energy. This is not technological shift we are in. This is systemic shift we have to manage carefully. Let's discuss it in these days, have fruitful discussions, understand each other, and try to make our world a better place for the future. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Professor. And finally, to place our discussions in a wider European and global context, we had very much hoped to welcome Agustin Delgado Martin in person today. Agustin is the Global Director of Innovation, Environment and Quality for the Iberdrola Group and Chair of the World Energy Council Europe. Unfortunately, he is unable to join us today in Riga. However, he has kindly prepared a video welcome to help us set the stage for our conference. Let's watch.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, honored guests, dear colleagues and friends. It is a great pleasure to join you, even if virtually, for this important gathering in Riga. Let me begin by warmly thanking our Latvian member committee for hosting this year's conference, Navigating Energy Pathways for the Baltic Sea Region. Latvia is a valued and long-standing member of the World Energy Council community, part of our European family since the Council's early beginnings, more than a century ago. Your continued leadership today reflects what has allowed us to thrive for more than 100 years, bringing people together, creating a space for dialogue, and connecting national priorities with global perspective. We are living in a world increasingly defined by disruption rather than stability. Geopolitics, climate impacts, technological change, market volatility, and social expectations are reshaping our energy systems faster than ever before. This reality is reflected clearly in the program you have today. Your opening session, Geopolitical Context and Global Energy Pathways to Achieve Enhanced Security and Affordability, could not be more timely. It recognizes what many of us are experiencing. Geopolitics has become a central driver of energy policy, investment, and market behavior. In our soon-to-be-released 2026 World Energy Issues Monitor, energy leaders across regions once again highlighted geopolitical risks, supply security, and market fragmentation among their top uncertainties and concerns. The results confirm what we see on the ground. Energy is no longer only an economic or technical issue. It is increasingly strategic, political, and societal. In this environment, progress no longer follows linear plans. It depends on actionable foresight, flexible policies, and sustained innovative collaboration. It depends on our ability to adapt, to learn, and to work together across borders, sectors, and generations. And this is where the World Energy Council plays a unique role. Our enduring resolution remains clear: to find ever more effective ways to work together and to enable more and better energy for billions of lives and a healthy planet. This spirit of collaboration and shared responsibility will be at the heart of the 27th World Energy Congress in Riyadh in October 2026. The World Energy Congress is not simply a conference. It is the kind of global stage that makes energy transitions happen. It is an opportunity for leaders across geographies, sectors, and generations to speak with one another and create practical solutions to build a future of more and better energy for all. Today's program here in Riga reflects that same philosophy, bringing together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, researchers, and young professionals to explore how we navigate energy pathways in an increasingly uncertain world. It is not easy to maintain independence, evidence-based thinking, and constructive dialogue in a context of increasingly politicized and polarizing energy debates. But this is precisely what the World Energy Council exists to do. Every country, every region, every community faces different realities, constraints, and opportunities. Our strength lies in recognizing this diversity and turning it into collective intelligence. I am confident that today you will address important topics and engage with complex challenges, from energy security and affordability to infrastructure, innovation, and sustainability, always mindful of the growing influence of geopolitics on our decisions and our systems. The Council brings together very different players, and that diversity is not a weakness, it is our greatest strength. In closing, let me thank you once again for being part of this community, for your leadership, your openness, and your commitment to collaboration. I wish you a productive, inspiring, and forward-looking conference, and I very much look forward to continuing this journey together, here in Europe, across our global network, and at the World Energy Congress in Riyadh in 2026. Thank you, and I wish you a successful event.
Thanks to Augustin for these kind words, and also to the prior speeches of the welcome speakers. I think what we heard today sets quite the right tone. It is urgency, ambition, and a call for collaboration. And with this in mind, we can now move to our first keynote conversation, geopolitical context and global energy pathways to achieve enhanced security and affordability. This session is chaired by Dr. Michael Howard, Chair Emeritus of the World Energy Council and former CEO of the Electric Power Research Institute. So he is someone who has shaped the global energy dialogue for decades and quite directly. and he will be joined in conversation by Catherine Heresa, Assistant Secretary of Energy at the United States Department of Energy, bringing a perspective straight from Washington on how the world's largest economy is navigating its energy future. Michael, Catherine, please.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So good to see you.
So good to see you.
And
too.
it's good to see you too. We, it's interesting listening to the previous speakers. The one thing that really stands out to me is energy is fundamental to our basic way of living. It's fundamental to everything that we do. And so it is a privilege to be back here again at this meeting. It is an honor to be involved in helping to see how this conference has continued to be shaped and grow and really have some incredible discussions about the importance of energy. And so I want to thank the host here at the university. Thank you for really inspiring the next generation of energy leaders. And Olga, thank you for in the work that you're doing at the World Energy Council and the member committee here in Latvia. It's a great opportunity to really showcase some of the great things that's happening throughout the Baltics. And especially, I want to thank the Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of Energy, the Office of Electricity, Katie Heresa, who I've known for many, many years, and I've worked with her in a previous organization, actually at EPRI. And I can say that Katie is dedicated to really helping to ensure that all of us, not just in the U.S., but globally, really has secure, reliable, and affordable energy. I mean, that knowing Katie, I mean, that is fundamental to who she is. And it is a real privilege to be on stage with Katie. What a treat. And thank you very much. So Katie, you've only been here just maybe, less than 24 hours, but you've already seen a lot, talked to a lot of people. Last night was a great event. Thank you to the UK Embassy for hosting us. And so kind of, what are your thoughts here? If you've been here for just a short period of time, and kind of give us some of your thoughts.
Oh, great. Thank you, Mike. And thank you all for being here today. First, before I do that, I want to make sure that I express my great appreciation for the opportunity to speak before you at such an important gathering of international leaders in the energy sector. I want to thank our gracious hosts here at the World Energy Council Latvia and the University of Latvia, and recognize the many invited dignitaries. Specifically, I want to thank Energy Minister Mr. Kaspar Melnis, World Energy Council Chair Mr. Adnan Antmi, the Council Secretary General Angela Wilkinson, Session Chair Mike Howard, and Olga Bogdanova from the Energy Ministry. I also want to recognize the U.S. Embassy Riga and State Department team for their warm welcome. And first and foremost, I would like to recognize Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia and your work with Poland on a historic milestone, the 1-year anniversary of your exit from Brel and your synchronization with the continental European network and full energy independence from Russia. And so my experience so far has been quite amazing. I think there's a lot of talk about the cold, but we actually have really cold weather in Washington, D.C. right now. It was kind of like prep for coming here. But it's been amazing. I got to see the Art Nouveau buildings last night during my walk, and a warm bowl of goulash to start.
Great. Yeah. I want to make a comment about one of the things that you said. There's a poster right out front It's about the synchronization with Europe. And it said on the very top, all of you should take a look at this. It says, "We did it." And when I came here and I saw that, I thought that exemplifies exactly the Baltic nations and Europe. You did it. That is a tremendous step toward providing not only affordable but secure electricity. And you've been focused on this for a couple of decades. And I just want to recognize how proud I am of the team effort that was involved. And I know that the Department of Energy and the national labs were also, I've heard that a couple of times already in the last 2 days about the value that they brought and helping to work as a team with you to make some of these really important decisions. So I don't know, thoughts on that?
Oh my goodness, it is, we did it. That's a great way. It's just, it really fires me up when I think of these complicated issues because the electricity system is so complex. It's all over the world. It's the largest man-made machine in the different areas of the country. And so being able to work together to figure out the technological issues, and it's just amazing that the countries came together. Our Pacific Northwest National Lab was really rock stars in supporting that effort. And to be truly energy independent from Russia is quite an accomplishment. But that synchronization is, it's not something that you can just flip a switch and do. It takes orchestration, planning, and from what I hear, it went off without a hitch. No one noticed that it happened except those that were focused on making it a seamless.
I was giving a talk a couple of weeks ago and trying to explain this synchronization, and I was, unless you are really steep in the engineering side of this business, you don't really kind of grasp the importance of synchronization. What does it mean?
Yeah.
And so I was trying to explain it, and I said, well, these two systems have to come together, and they have to fit just perfectly. And milliseconds really makes a big difference. I mean, they have to, just like here, come together. And if they don't work, it's a really bad day. It could be a bad week, in fact, but it worked. And it's the team effort that I saw throughout the Baltics and the European community and the Department of Energy and the national labs and many, many other people who came together to make this work. And we're talking milliseconds. It has to just work. It's incredible. So for that, I really want all of us to give a round of applause to everyone that was out there that helped make this work, because we did it. So Katie, again, thank you for being here. I just think of the world of Katie and the dedication that she has, as I said. When you think about energy, what are some things that, especially when we live kind of in a difficult place right now, but one thing that rises to the top for me is not only security, but also affordability. Affordability of energy, affordability of electricity. So what's your thoughts there?
So when it comes to affordability, I think there are great pillars to think about. And we use the terms optimize, stabilize, optimize, and grow. And as I go to explain that, I think it builds off of the conversations that our Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, had with the three great nations of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia in Greece in November, where they said that they would build on our commitment to affordability, to strengthening our security partnerships. And when I say we're going to stabilize, you have to stabilize the system. It's interesting when I think of that's where we started with this connection to the continental European grid. Well, in the United States, we might have a grid that's evolved over 100 years, but we are at a crisis in the US where we have a shortage of energy. We have an aging grid. And so what we must do is make sure that we have enough of the firm energy resources available to ensure that stability of the grid, that we have the transmission system that is robust that can deliver that. And then the second step is talking about optimization. So if we stabilize reliability, then we ensure that we optimize that as we meet that reliability metric, that it's affordable at the same time. And then from there, we can grow. We can grow smartly, and we can grow on that firm base that we have. So those are the 3 pillars for affordability.
So let me emphasize here. Katie is responsible for the Office of Electricity in the U.S. Now, what that means is that she's responsible for the grid. She's responsible for thinking longer term about what we can do to ensure reliability and security and affordability and so on. That's a huge responsibility. Gosh, when you get up in the morning, what are your thoughts about the role that you play? And it's not just, for Katie, it's not just the U.S., but it's setting the example for everyone. Right? That's a big job. So what do you think when you wake up in the morning? Now listen, she doesn't know that I was going to ask that question, but why not?
No, I think it's a great question. I think about, oh my goodness, I work for President Trump and I got to work at Trump speed. So it is an enormous responsibility, electricity, because as we all know so well, like it's all about how we live. So the first thing that happens, the lights have to come on. Then you want to go take a hot shower, and then you need power in order to get to work. So making sure that that happens, to me, my goal is that we don't have to, that we can rely on it. It's there when we need it, 24/7. And so that those of us, all of us here in this room who are working round the clock to ensure that happens, I think about, who do I need to talk to today? What problems do we need to solve? What are the opportunities for tomorrow? So our office has traditionally been about R&D, thinking for the long term. But there's a huge component of my office now that is about deployment. So where can we deploy advanced grid technologies? Where can we deploy hybrid solutions so that we can improve the economics of the generation? So it's time. What's my time going to be like today when I wake up in the morning?
It's the great thing about this industry is that we are always going to have geopolitical challenges. I mean, it doesn't make any difference where you live, when you live there. It doesn't make any difference. We're always going to have it. But what's so special about the energy sector is that we have a passion to rise above that, to be human and be thinking about how the value of energy, affordable energy, and electricity can make this world a better place. And I know that, that is so important to you and who you are and your character. How did you get there?
It's an interesting journey, it is. It first started, I was with a group called the Edison Electric Institute, and an election of great proportions happened. And my friends convinced me that I should try it out, because I'm an engineer, and this policy, it was kind of like, what is that all about? But they said, Katie, you should go, you can lead. And I was honored enough to have President Trump nominate me. This go round, he nominated me again, but Energy Secretary Chris Wright nominated me for a confirmation. It's quite a process in the United States to get confirmed by the Senate. And that all happened where I got confirmed in October of this year. So the journey was through that political process, but it came from my curiosity and how does the grid work? And always being curious about that. I think every day there's something new that I learn about the grid. It's just so complicated, but it's fascinating to me. And every day as I learn about the issues and the opportunities before us, it just, after I wake up, that's what keeps me going every single day. It's energy. It's affecting all of us.
Yeah.
So thank you.
It's it's just, for me, it's a real privilege to see every day how this industry works together collaboratively to really make this complicated system work. And to see many of the young people that are being trained and is going to come up and be leaders way beyond our tenure. We're really teaching a lot of young people to make sure that they step right in after us. And I know that's a passion of Katie, and I know that's what she stands for. And it's a passion of Olga too. I appreciate that. So when you think about, though, the future and the people that will come behind us, and you look out 20, 30 years from now, and you think about the technology innovation, and Katie is a technologist, as she said, she's an engineer. I mean, what are some things that you see out there that you think are really going to make a difference in terms of the ability to do what we all want, which is, like secure, reliable, affordable electricity? What are things that you see that are taking place in the national labs and others that are really going to make a difference 20 years from now? Anything that stands out?
Well, I think it's the people. I think it's those students that I'm going to get to meet later here at the university. It's the people that make it work, and without that, there's not much hope for success. So I think I have my faith and trust in the people who are going to make it work. And then from a technology standpoint, I've been in the business for about 20 years or so, and the research we were doing back then is now coming to fruition today. So small modular nuclear reactors are right around the corner. That is going to change everything because it's firm, it's 24/7, and it is secure. Some of these technologies don't need to be refueled for as long as 10 years. So can you imagine like having technology that robust and strong? I also think of other technologies like battery storage. There's some non-lithium technologies that are also within years' reach, which can help us with stabilizing the grid even more and improve the economics tremendously. So I'd say those are the two biggest things that I have my eye on. And then I'd say a third might be in solid state. That's a little further out, but that can also create great efficiencies on the affordability side.
I'm glad you mentioned solid state, because I was going to add part to it. The role of power electronics, I think, is going to be fundamental in helping us to do a lot of things that we're doing now. And so if you know my background, you probably know that I'm pretty passionate about using power electronics to solve a lot of the challenges that we face here. So I've got, they're supposed to send me some of your questions here, so let me just kind of, they're going to text it to me, and let's see if there's any other things here that want to jump in. How much time we have? 5 minutes. Ah, okay. Oh. So here's an interesting one. Huh. It could be more philosophical, but we'll throw it out anyway. What are some of the trade-offs that you see in terms of energy leaders looking at the future? What are some of the trade-offs that we have to deal with? Is it possible that we can balance all of these things together, reliability, security, affordability, and so on, or do we need to think about one over the other?
Well, I think of when it comes to affordability, reliability, and security, I think of affordability first, reliability always, and secure by design. So in a way, they're all at the same time. And then I also think of energy addition, not subtraction. Energy addition helps to grow the GDP, and it makes all of us stronger and better off. It's important for human flourishing, which I think is a key thrust for the World Energy Council. We've always talked about that humanizing energy element.
Yeah. And for me, I think that ability to come together like we're doing here, have a discussion, rise above any geopolitical issue, but think about humanity, think about society and how important this is, and think about the responsibility that we have and we owe to not only everybody here, but also future generations as a whole. To me, that's pretty important. Doesn't get a lot better than that. And when I think about Katie and what she stands for, and many of you, it's great to see you again. I know that several of you I know, and I've met over the years as part of my association with the World Energy Council and EPRI. It's incredible. It really is an honor. Katie, last words.
Thank you. So I want to say I'm here as a partner. The U.S. is here as a partner. We very much are grateful to the partnership with the three great nations that are hosting this today, the university and the World Energy Council. Partnership is the key to the promise that energy brings for all of us. So thank you all for being here. I am so honored to be a part of this conversation, and thank you for your great moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Katie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. Thank you, Ms. Reza. For a truly transatlantic perspective, I think a key idea that we can take away from this is the approach to building energy future through stabilizing, optimizing, and growing the energy system. I think that's something that really resonates. But now we can go to the first panel session of today, and for this purpose, it will ask a fundamental question: how do we meet fast-growing electricity demand while keeping the lights on and prices competitive? To chair this session, I am delighted to hand over to Dr. Liga Kurevska, State Secretary of the Ministry of Climate and Energy of Latvia. Dr. Kurevska is at the helm of Latvia's energy policy development and execution, so she's well-versed in balancing conflicting goals every single day. Ms. Kurevska, Dr. Kurevska, sorry, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And welcome, everyone. Demand is accelerating. Grids are changing, and reliability expectations aren't going down. As energy needs rise and generation portfolios shift, the grid is being asked to do more, faster, with less room for error. Today's session is about meeting the challenge honestly, scaling clean power, keeping systems stable, and making sure transition is both fast-paced and seamless. We'll begin with two expert perspectives. First, on integrating renewables at scale using Iberian blackout of April 2025 as a case study. And then, on demand side, we will get better acquainted with the most talked about new type of consumer, the data center. Why and where and how they are being added to the grid. From there, we will open discussion on what utilities, hyperscalers and policymakers can do to ensure that power systems are capable of facilitating more complex generation mix, enabling large consumers to act as true system partners, and in the midst of all this, allowing markets to deliver electricity prices that are predictable, investable, and fair. I expect that you are as excited as I am, so please me join in welcoming our most distinguished panel. Mr. Francisco Lavron, Head of Energy and Perspectives and Policy, Iberdrola. Francisco?
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, please. Mr. Andres Durejko, CEO of Enefit.
Hello.
Dr. Martin Ščakste, CEO of Latnergo. Dr. Renate Strasdiņa, National Technology Officer at Microsoft. Morning. And Dr. Iman Lenoy, Director of R&D, RPARI. So now, with no further ado, Iman, the first presentation is yours. The floor is yours, please go.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Ministers, honored guests. So I was asked to give a brief overview of how we see the changes and challenges emerging in the grid and in power systems around the world. For those of you who don't know what EPRI is, it's a not-for-profit research institute with staff on 5 continents, with a mission very similar to WEC. It's to share ideas and understanding of what the future of electricity looks like and to bring that a little bit closer. I liked at the start Professor Berznin's introduction of people who like to talk and think about energy, and EPRI is certainly a place that is maybe obsessed with talking and thinking and doing energy. So what I wanted to do is to give you a quick view of how the world looks from our perspective to get the conversation going. So some statistics, charts to just start quickly. This is additions and retirements of generation capacity in Europe over the last 24 years. What you can see is we are adding recently 60 odd gigawatts of renewables per year, maybe a little bit more, most of which is solar, 5 gigawatts batteries, and we are just about to start the major retirement phase of a lot of fossil plants. So the new generation of generation has emerged and is going to continue to emerge over the next couple of years. The scale of which is the addition of a country's worth of a big country's worth of generation each year. 60 gigawatts across Europe is a lot. Okay, and that rate has to increase if we are to hit the targets that are there across the European Union and the European states. On the other side, demand is also changing, and we have a lot of new demand appearing on power systems across the world. Electric vehicles, heating, cooling. The one that everybody wants to talk about at the moment is data centers, and we'll talk about that one later today or in the next session, next presentation. But this is a chart from the European Data Center Association, from their State of Data Centers report for 2026, showing IT load in Europe at 10 gigawatts as of 12 gigawatts as of the end of last year, and moving towards 30 gigawatts in 4 or 5 years' time. So that's the addition again of 20 gigawatts of very high utilization factor load once it's up and running, equivalent to adding a modern economy to Europe's economy in terms of energy demand. So that's a pretty good challenge to think about that. So as we advance the grid, as we advance electric systems, the challenges are out there. You know, to change things that have been in place for a long time and have worked, to change rapidly is a challenge that everybody has acknowledged so far. We're into this is day 42 of 2026, if you're keeping score. So far this year, we have a group inside of EPRI, another benefit of talking with people who are obsessed with energy, that follows outages in grids around the world. So far this year, we've had 1 million people out in Portugal. The attack in Berlin that saw several tens to hundreds of thousands out, 200,000 out in Denver, We lost 5 gigawatts of industrial load in Spain, 800,000 out in Argentina, and as I said, we're on day 42 of the year so far. So the world is changing, the grids are changing, power systems are changing all around the world. Different issues are play in each of those cases, be it climate, be it cyber, be it stability and reliability. All of those things present challenges for grids under pressure, under transition. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've seen some really big events in some of the major economies, starting with the California-Texas events in 2021, excuse me, Winter Storm Elliott on the US West Coast, or East Coast, a very major blackout in Chile, a very major event in Czechia here in Europe, and then the Iberian event of last year of April. And we're going to spend a few minutes, I'm sure you've heard about it before. I'll give you what we understand of that event, and then what that means for systems as they continue to transition. So if you take yourself to the 28th of April, what we saw day ahead was a system that needs to be operated at 70% renewables. That was what was in the market. This is a common kind of operational regime that power systems across the world will have to do day in, day out in the not too distant future. And Spain is amongst a set of grids and countries that do, and regions that do operate at that level quite regularly. So a high renewables day, medium load. Part of being in a big system is you have the problem of being with brothers and sisters and all kinds of family making noise in the house. And so you see oscillations across the European grid that start to influence how the grid is run on that day. So from the early morning all the way up to the blackout, the Iberian system was seeing oscillations against the European power system. And it's again something that has happened before, something that will probably happen again, and for which there is a plan. And that plan will have to continue to change as the grid changes. So it's a busy control room. I think you can try and put yourself in the Red Electrica control room. There's lots going on that morning to try to deal with the outages. What happened is, and I'm going to start the timer here. You can see at 12:32, we saw they saw rising voltages all across the grid, and then here we go. 57 seconds later, after a first DER trip, a second set of collector substations start to trip, and that initiates a cascade that trips then more renewable substations close by. The voltage continues to rise, more renewables trip, and that develops into a cascade that ultimately takes out the Iberian system and is arrested at the French border, although there is a little bit of spillover into France. So that, if you look at the time frame to go from the DER trips to the system blackout, that's just over 1.5 minutes. If you look at when the cascade started, that's 27 seconds. So that's pretty fast dynamics in a power system, and that's the power system that we're moving towards, a very fast power system as the grids continue to change. So what did the Iberian event tell us around the world that we should take note about? Well, there's a couple of big learnings that can be taken. So first is around system defense, how we set our grids up to be able to integrate all these new types of both generation, storage, new types of network, new types of demand with very fast dynamics means that our approach to protecting the power system and to ensuring that events can be isolated needs to continue to emerge. And that requires coordination from all the way up to markets, down into the design of the assets that are added to the system. The second is around resource performance. You can ask a power electronics device, a solar plant, a wind plant, a battery plant, anything, to do whatever you want it to do. There are very many things that all of these assets can do, but how it stays coordinated with what that grid needs at that time, that's an ongoing issue to try to keep aligned. The issue between how the grid needs to operate and how the devices need to act at that time, and then ensuring the incentives are there to keep everything aligned. It's a issue that has been at the heart of blackouts since blackouts have started, but which was highlighted again in the context of the Iberian blackout. The third lesson is that if you want to operate a power system with far more assets on the system, far more devices, it's a complex thing, and there are a lot of moving parts. So we have existing policies and procedures in all systems to manage the key issues. But what we see is, as grids change extremely quickly, those policies and procedures become outdated. And what worked before doesn't now work in future, and actually in some cases can interfere with each other and make it worse. So there's a constant battle to keep how power systems from the markets, grid operations side, generation owner and generation operator side, our policies and procedures need to move at the speed that the system is moving. And that's a constant battle to keep those things aligned. And then the last thing is regulation and markets. In many cases, we see regulation ahead of the issue, and in some cases, we see regulation that lags an issue. And with the speed that power systems are changing, if those two things, the reality of what's happening on the system and then the regulatory environment or the market environment, the market design become out of alignment with the physics of the system, grids are open to a reliability event. And so we see that becoming a very big thing. That means complexity and speed are the two names of the game that grids around the world need to address, and they need to do that with a new approach to, if you look at the actions needed, the top two things are setting ourselves up for load growth mode. Systems around the world have been relatively stable in the West, growing in Asia and the Middle East. But moving from a relatively stable operating paradigm to a high growth paradigm needs to change the engineering mindset. And that's one of the big things. And then on the bottom two, the tools and the training, we need the people, the skills. You hear about AI taking everyone's jobs. We need AI, and we need engineers, and we need engineers that are very good. And universities have an incredible role to play with that. So we need tools and people to be able to support this massive transition that's underway around the world. So that's a quick view from EPRI on what we see, particularly from the blackouts, and I hope that was useful.
Thank you so much, Simon, on letting us peek inside what indeed happens when there is reliability or indeed unreliability event. So now, Father, please, Renate, tell us a bit more about those new data centers that will bring and not take our jobs.
Yeah, thank you, Liga, for introduction, and good morning. You know, we can talk a lot about fourth industrial revolution and changes that are happening in the world, but when I'm receiving invitations like I received to participate in today's event, then I really understand that real changes are happening, because we are looking how to connect the dots among two big industries, and we need to have this dialogue. So I am definitely not from energy industry, and I was always keeping myself as far as I can do from this industry. But here I am, and today I will talk about AI and data centers, and how we are relying on all what you are doing here. And in a way, I was happy to see that there is complexity and a lot of similar challenges to what I will be talking about, just from the perspective of IT industry. But AI was already mentioned, And what we see, AI is the fastest spreading technology in the world at the moment. So 1.2 billion users in 3 years. So this is unprecedented pace. And AI as a technology is very energy consuming. So these are the things that we cannot change. And the latest reports that we have seen also clearly shows that energy infrastructure choices can accelerate AI diffusion. And this is what I will be talking about today. So I will start with AI value chain. And the reason for this is that AI is not only energy consuming, but this is also very complex technology with a lot of stakeholders. And this is bringing a lot of value to us, but also this is raising a lot of questions that we need to answer together. I will talk about the cloud infrastructure and sustainability. How do we see this from data center perspective? And the last element will be around what we can do together or what we are doing already together. But let's start with the AI value chain. On one hand, technology stack that we know that is behind AI is something that is easy to explain. We go from chips to cloud to model to applications. But this doesn't really fully reflect the complexity of AI ecosystem. And that's why I suggest that we look at this as a value network. So this is dynamic system where there are many interdependent stakeholders who are both contributing to and benefiting from AI. And on the foundational layer, so on the infrastructure layer, we see three main elements. So these are electricity, connectivity, and computing. And this is what we are looking for always when we are making decisions about where are the next data centers, where are the next infrastructure elements that we will put in place. And of course, as much as those three are very important, and these are more technology related, digital and AI skilled workforce is as important as those three. And I will not cover this today, but for AI is also important that we have language resources, digital language resources in the countries. But then it's just the base level. So then we have the model layer, where there are a lot of stakeholders who are working on this and both benefiting from and contributing to this layer, and then application layer. Like, for example, when we have the breakthrough in large language models, so, and this model can be, or is supposed to be used in energy industry, so we will have both. So there will be contribution from the infrastructure layer to, with data, and then the results will come back as an app, for example, for intelligent grid systems. And this is how it works. And the research shows that the AI diffusion is strong where we have foundation strong, and vice versa. Let's talk about cloud infrastructure, because this is the, as we are saying, substrate for artificial intelligence. But the footprint of data centers and fiber is not enough. So the electricity that is clean and that is reliable and that is available is playing a critical role there. And why it is also important to talk about electricity that is clean and available. All of the hyperscalers, and also we as hyperscaler, we have commitments, sustainability commitments that we are following through. And talking about the energy piece in those commitments, so this is the priority number one, because we committed that we will be carbon negative by 2030. And what we are doing to achieve this. So talking about our data centers, there are 4 main elements into this. So the first one is IT operational efficiency. This is more on the technology level. Then we are investing into IT plant efficiency, data center infrastructure, and most probably the element that is the most interesting for this audience is energy consumptions. So we have the objective that 100% of energy needs to come from renewables. And what we are doing to achieve this. So first of all, we are partnering with the energy producers. We are entering into long-term renewable power purchase agreements. So this is the standard practice. And this is also how we are adding a substantial amount of carbon-free energy to the grid. And also, we are, in order to achieve this, we are using 24/7 matching systems like the practice that we now have in Sweden. And we are continuously also investing in AI-enabled energy efficiency projects that make our data centers more energy efficient. And this is one of the examples that is very close to this region. This is coming from Finland. And this is the example where we have green energy that is used in those data centers, but also we are partnering with Fortum and using waste heat to supply the heat for district heating systems. And the question is what were the parameters, how we decided where to put the data center there in this case. So, and first of all, it was availability of green and sustainable energy. So this is number one. The second one was great connectivity. And the third, for this particular case, was that there is a proximity to district heating systems so that we can supply the heat there. And of course, as I mentioned already before, AI and digitally skilled people in the particular country. So this is the complexity of AI and data centers behind this. And I think there are no doubts that we are in the beginning of big change. And we believe that AI will be enabled by green and sustainable energy. And this will allow us all to benefit from this, both from the technology and AI results, but also creating our environment more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renate. So, know that we have had the insights both from the grid perspective as well from consumers' perspective. I'd like to open our discussion. And so in my professional life, the single most impactful event in energy sector has been the synchronization of the Baltic grid with common EU grid. And I remain very grateful to everyone who worked very hard to ensure its success, and I'm really happy that this was already mentioned in the first discussion today. But let me also indulge myself a little bit and frame the next question block, which relates to reliability in the light, or at least somewhat in the light, of the Baltic synchronization and the life after that. So I'd like to start with you, Martin. So it has been a year after synchronization. And what are your main observations and lessons learned regarding grid stability, resource flexibility, and where we are going?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank all energy society in Latvia for this event, that we did it on a great level, and the first year shows that system is stable. We were tested with many events, including the cables and including Estonian friends with the battery recently, and it was still managed very well, and this is really great news to everybody. Concerning us as a producers, then one thing is that we are now in 15 minutes market. We are in very distributed generation system, and that all makes it very digital and very complex system to manage. So a lot of investment in digital area and in artificial intelligence to manage that all today in the future. Another thing what we realized is that probably you cannot participate with all your production capacities in this balancing market, because there are many technical limitations what you can do and cannot, and that you realize only when you start to operate, and that was something to realize. And another thing is, of course, for us as a producers, we are in tier factor of equipment is something to think about, because participating in the balancing market, of course, there is a much more usage of the system, of not stable but very sharp movements, and therefore you have to think about how to manage that factor. But the good thing for everybody is that battery systems have become very competitive, and I think we are installing in all countries in a fast pace these battery systems, which will make the system much more resilient and also cheaper in operating.
Thank you so much. Andres, our northern neighbors, how do you see, how can we match deployment or pace of intermittent energy with the grid management capabilities? And what are your future plans regarding the oil shale power plants when we look at clean energy in future?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Good to be here in Riga and in middle of energy people from Latvia and around the world, and it's great to be here. It's a very complicated question. I maybe add on a couple of things what Martin's already said, and I think system after synchronization to European frequency room has been tested well. Recent test was really comparable to Iberdrola actually, because power electronics test for a battery risk knocked out 1,000 megawatts of DC connections to Finland, and energy system in Baltics recovered. It means that actually it was a comparable event, very fast happening, but system stability was saved this time, and that's really good. A couple of major tests, and it's showing that actually there is a grid resilience in the place. However, we should see what distributed and renewable sources are actually developing forward. Enefit has I think, Baltic largest renewable portfolio in terms of wind power and solar power. It means that lot of capacity as called, what was the right word, it's intermittent, but what we have seen now after synchronization to European frequency room, there is a new market open for system services and also a balancing market. There is a number of different ways how system is balanced. It's also opened up new possibilities for wind power, and actually what we have seen during this 1 year, wind generation resource is actually perceived as a steady source of energy. It means that with AI and also IT technology, it's actually possible to make wind power as a base generation source of energy. And what we see also in the Baltics, I think it's a good development. During January, if we look, it's generally perceived as no wind, no solar, but actually during January, wind was second largest generation source of energy during this cold time, and accounted 21% of consumption and 30% of production in the Baltic area. We have to consider here we are importing 30%. It means that the wind has already considerable share in our generation. Gas power plants are still number one, but all other sources are smaller. And it means that it is an important source for future clean energy, and we don't have many other sources here, unless if we don't take in consideration nuclear, which is also very appealing. In terms of oil shale contributed to 15% of January production in the Baltic level. In Estonia, it's 1/3. It means that it has an important role for grid stability, balancing also fluctuation of non-dispatchable energy sources, renewables, and also keeping Baltic grid frequency steady. When it comes to our plans, of course, we are building at the moment for a fast-reacting gas-based fast-reacting gas power plant in order to balance wind and solar. It's ongoing. It's up and running 2028, hopefully. That's a huge demand on such assets on the market. It means that there's a competition who will get generation resources, who not. I guess data centers also is one of the competitors. And also what we see if we go forward, customer side, our customers also trying to get more stable price signals, also investing in energy generation resource. It means that all needs a balancing. What we are discussing at the moment is how to afford replacement of oil shale-based generation. It is a costly. Of course, also reliability of a gas supply. We don't have issues with that, but adding more gas dependency on energy generation is also increasing certain risks, but of course this has been mitigated. And the bigger question is capex and also investors' trust, how to actually get return on investments, because taking in consideration only Estonia, we need more dispatchable capacity, 1,000 megawatts, and also replacing oil shale is another 1,000 megawatts. We are approximately speaking here 2 billion euros investment in a short period of time. We will not secure return on investment, and this is a real challenge. It means that before we solve this acquisition, oil shale power generation remains as a stable resource for many years, what we can foresee. Of course, adding renewables is ongoing, and it means that balancing those demands is really on a table. Yesterday in Estonia was an interesting conference. Always we need to think out of box. There was a set out idea to build the world's largest nuclear station in the Baltics, 8 gigawatts, I guess. It's largest in that case, and such ideas also around. But let's see how they evolved. But this is a really game changer. Is this idea will develop ahead? But there's many options. We need to pick the right one and keep greed in balance.
Absolutely agree with you. As two of my Baltic colleagues already mentioned, so the event that was referred is from the 20th of January this year, which I assume most people manage similarly to synchronization not to see. And again, my gratitude and comments to the engineers working on system balancing, because again, 1,000 megawatt lost demand is basically similar to 1/3 of Baltic demand at that point. Happened very quickly, and we managed to not to even go in island mode. So that's great. However, we hear often that the grid becomes less stable over time. So a question to you, Francisco. What are the lessons from the last April's blackout in Iberia, and how should the system planning evolve? What are the renewable impact on system reliability? And do you see that these kinds of events are more like one-off and we can prepare against them, or it is something inevitable and we have to live with them?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me with you today. I mean, Spain used to be showcased for, integrating very well renewables, high shares of renewables, and now we are showcased for, the blackout, so it was much nicer before that. But, April 28th was a very relaxed day. It was very pleasant day, no hot, no cold, medium levels of demand, so everything, looked very easy. Now we know, and when I say we, is non-technical people, we now know that when you have a system with very low levels of demand, the system becomes a very large generator of reactive power, and you have to deal with that, and you have to absorb that reactive power to deal with the system. That is one thing. So let me go from the operating lessons, then to the long-term lessons, and then to the governance, let's say, lessons. I mean, the first thing is that in Spain we had system operation procedures that come from the early 2000s. They have been updated, but in a very light way. And now we are running to update them, to be more adapted to the high shares of renewables. I mean, in the early 2000s, we have shares of variable renewables close to, 5%. And now, as we saw, it was like 70% of renewables in that moment. And we were not prepared. Clearly, I mean, Red Eléctrica, the system operator, has been asking for updating these procedures and asking for investment to control voltage many times. And the regulator and the government said, okay, let's think more about that because we are very well. Okay, and that is one of the first lessons. The second lesson is that we have to be more aware of the difficulties of operating a system with high shares of renewables. NSOE, the transmission system operators in Europe, recommends to have levels of inertia in the system above 2 seconds. In that day, Spain had 3 seconds, so it seemed okay. But the problem is that that inertia was not evenly distributed. So in the north of Spain, we have 3 seconds, and in the south of Spain, we had a little bit above 1 second, so clearly below the recommended levels. And this is very important because we all are very familiar with frequency, and to deal with frequency, you have to deal with all the system assets, and this is okay. But to deal with voltage is very local. So it doesn't matter if in the north of Spain we have 3, 4, 5 seconds of inertia. In the south of Spain we had only 1 second, and this was clearly not enough to handle with the system fluctuations. In the previous days, also very similar in terms of climate or weather, we already had problems, and some of the large consumers were disconnected from the system. And in that day, even though that we know that the system had problems, in the south of Spain, we had only 1 second for inertia, and this is not enough, clearly. Another lesson for the operating level is, this is like a silly thing, but it's important. All the assets are set to trip at the same voltage level, and this is crazy, because if you reach that level, everything starts tripping together, and this is something stupid, and we have to learn from that, and we have to coordinate all the assets to trip at different levels, for example. Okay, let's go to a more long-term lessons, let's say investment. I mean, the first thing is that in Spain, we didn't invest, although Red Eléctrica asked for it, we didn't invest in voltage control assets. We don't have batteries, we don't have synchronous condensers, and this is not correct. Now, Red Eléctrica is asking again for that, and we are running to put them on, and and this is important. The second thing is that we have to reinforce grids. So grids have to grow as demand grows, but also it has to become much more smart and resilient to all these things. So it has to be digitalized and be prepared to operate with variable voltage. The third thing is that we need to have also some synchronous generation connected to the grid, because if not, that happens that we don't reach the levels of inertia needed in the system. And for example, in Spain we have CCGTs, and this is good, but we are asking for a capacity payment, because if you want to keep these CCGTs connected to the system, you need a business model that is good for them. And now CCGTs are expected to operate below 10% of utilization, and with those low levels of utilization, it's very difficult to make them viable in the system. The fourth thing is blackout capabilities. I think that in Spain we reacted very well. Basically in 12 hours the system was up and running, basically. But you have to be aware that, I mean, in Spain we are connected to France, to Morocco. They helped a lot in in putting the system running again. We have also hydro black start capabilities, and this is good. But you have to make sure that you have this prepared for for these things, because they can come again. And going beyond that to let's say governance or structural changes. I mean, the first thing is that this, I mean, operating the system is very technical. I'm also an engineer by studies, but I have never worked as an engineer, and I have learned a lot about operating the system in the last year. And this is quite technical and quite difficult. So we have to separate politics and system operation. This is very important. In Spain, for example, we have a very, and this is not politically correct, but in Spain we have a very complex system of governance, because Red Eléctrica, the system operator, is at the same time is the system operator and the transmission owner. And this is a private listed company, but at the same time, the government has a big share of this company. So the government is the one who appoints the chairman of Red Eléctrica. So you have the government, a public listed company, a system operator, and a transmission owner, all mixed. And I think that this is not good, but because at the end you have different incentives to operate this. And my last thing is, insisting in this, is listen to the engineers. I mean, Red Eléctrica has been asking for a long time to invest in control system, I mean in voltage control systems, to update the grid, to update the procedures, and we haven't done that. And we were not prepared to what happened in April 28th. And I think that we have to listen to engineers and we have to rely on what they say and to be prepared, because if not, then we will have problems again.
Thank you so much, and I also want to commend you that we know that we fly in planes are safer because aerospace industry is sharing also bad stories and lessons learned from mistakes. And I'm really happy to see that also in energy sector we're moving there. Despite energy and reliability being part of competitive landscape, sharing this means that we better lives for everybody. So thank you so much that also in not so happy lessons learned and that you shared. So this I think moves us to our next block of discussions. Why are we trying so hard to keep the lights on, our consumers? So, on the topic of consumer needs, I would love to start with you, Renate. So, you represent here on this distinguished panel somebody who consumes electricity, particularly the hyperscalers or data centers. And very often we hear the question, how do data centers choose its location? So, in the case of Microsoft, how the location is chosen, what are the challenges and what are the advantages?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and you are very right. So this is a question that we are hearing a lot. And first of all, when we are talking about AI, so first element will be how much AI is consumed in the particular region. And not talking about one country, but really looking at the region. So this is number one. But then, as I already mentioned in my presentation, so the clean and reliable energy will be the fundamental element in the decision making. And because we have our sustainability commitments, we have regulatory requirements. And this means that also if you look at the map of Europe, then where we can see that a lot of renewable energy are in the countries where also our data centers are. So this is not coincidence. And then the next element will be connectivity, because this is critical, both for availability of services. Then the question is also about the latency. This one then will be decided based on what are the services that are run in this particular data center, and also business continuity. So this is another element that why the connectivity requirements are very strict there. And then I know that this is not really maybe so important and interesting for this audience, but the digitally and AI skilled workforce is again one more critical element that should be in the equation. And then for AI, digital language resources and digital data assets will be another aspect that will be taken into account. So it is complex. It's not only about, sometimes there is perception that if there is just clean and available energy, then this is enough. It is more complex than this, and this is the part of the decision making.
Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure that everybody on this stage is very aware of the needs and demands of future workforce. I'm really happy to be sitting here in Latvian University, which is one of the universities also providing, hopefully, a future workforce. Since pretty sure everybody is struggling to get and fighting for the best people. So again, interest in energy, come. I think we all have places where you are wanted. All right, continuing on consumer needs. Iman, On the utility side, what, in your opinion, are the market signals and standards that would best enable data centers to become integrated part of the system, not just a large consumer that you have to work around?
Yeah, it's a good question. So at EPRI, we have a project with about 70 participants across the data center owner-operator side, OEMs, utilities, grid operators, to really, it's called DC Flex, to try and look at this. And the premise is, if we need to move really fast, the deployment timeframes for generation and network assets is less than the time frame that I showed on the deployment curve earlier. And there's not a lot of latent available space on grids for load right now. We've kind of grown into the grid that we have. So in order to facilitate faster connection and rather than waiting until the grid is built, flexibility might open a pathway to that. So we've been on this journey for over a year together with the 70 or so members of the project, and we've learned a tremendous amount. So we've learned, first of all, that the data center operators hold an obligation to their customers to be available all 24/7, 365, 5 nines reliability, and that core proposition to their customer sets in train a lot of the decisions that roll back into, well, will flexibility work for the grid? So what we're seeing is different data centers, even different data center owners have different data centers inside their portfolio, can do different things. Some are very focused on co-location providers. They own the building, they own the power supply, they don't own what's in there. They have an obligation towards their consumers inside, or the customers, to provide continuous power to the racks. So their options are outside of the perimeter. They have to go for power based, so generation or storage or offset somehow to provide flexibility. Other, maybe AI training, we've seen places where compute flexibility can be provided. It's not a lot, quite honestly, but it is possible there. And then in the middle, there's the cloud services that in some cases have already historically provided flexibility during times of emergency. And as I'm from Dublin, it's one of the hubs in Europe for data center locations. There are cases there where data centers are providing flexibility, again, through on-site resources, not through compute. So we're seeing different operators achieve flexibility different ways. It's never for balancing. It's never for market revenue. It's never for ancillary service payments or capacity market payments. It's always for access to the grid. And so what we see is a very strong message is flexibility may be possible if it's designed for, if the requirements are transparent, and if it's able to accelerate connection to the grid. Mm-hmm. Market signals are not enough. Regular day-ahead balancing market signals, not strong enough to be able to incentivize flexibility. The only thing that's strong enough is connection time frame. We're really working on addressing that problem, trying to characterize it, what kind of flexibility actually helps in accessing the grid quicker, and helping data center designers understand that. Data centers, especially at the big scale, are designed like aircraft. You have different customers for the aircraft. You specify a different way, maybe different engine, different layout, but fundamentally an A320 is an A320, okay? Mm-hmm. And then they're replaced every 4 years, 5 years with a new design. But the designers need to know how to design for flexibility and the kind of flexibility that will get them connected to the grid. So we're working with that to try and help specify what that looks like.
Thank you so much for that insight. So at this point, the new balancing member data center, not yet there.
It may be there as a condition to try to get faster access, and that's the route that it shows up in reality. Mm-hmm. But the incentive is grid connection.
Mm-hmm. And then, Francisco, I know that there are some interesting joint projects for Iberdrola and data centers. Can you share a bit on that? What are the benefits, and perhaps some insights from other countries where you've seen good lessons learned, where big consumers pair up also with grids?
Yeah, of course. So basically, until now, Iberdrola has been, let's say, a standard supplier of electricity for data centers. I mean, we have PPAs in Europe and in the US signed in the last years, and it was okay. But now, as we are seeing, the growth in data centers are causing new challenges for them, for the supply specifically. So we decided that there was value on having a closer alliance with data center developers. So first of all, we created a company. It was called CPD for Green, basically to help data center developers with their supplier. And the main challenge, especially in Spain and in other regions, is access to the grid. So, for example, in Spain, some months ago, the distribution companies were mandated to publish a capacity map of their grids. And basically, more than 85% of the connection points in Spain have zero availability. And the other 15% have no real industrial interest. So basically, the grid is completely saturated. So one of the things that we offered to the data center developers was what we call powered land. So basically, it's a land well sited for a data center with access to grid capacity. So we know very well the grid in Spain. We have generation assets all over the place. So we help to find the land plot with access capacity. And very recently, we have created a joint venture with Echelon. Echelon is a data center developer in Europe. And with this joint venture, we are providing this power land, but we are also accompanying them with more services to help them with the electricity supply. I mean, we are helping them to design all the assets for the connection. We are helping them with all the backup systems. Of course, we are providing 24/7 renewable electricity for their data centers. And basically, this is to help them to integrate the data centers in the power sector and to have all this clean supply for their working.
Mm-hmm. All right. And you touched upon the PPAs and clean electricity, so that's also a good headway for our last discussion block. What is a good price? So, the best for last. I'll start with you, Martin. Maybe you can give a quick rundown on the main drivers of electricity price today, and what is a good price, in your opinion, for Baltic industrial customers and citizens?
First of all, I would like to say that for consecutive years we show that the price is dropping in the Baltic region, and also the last year price reduced, average price, so it's a good sign, and renewables help to lead this tendency. The good price, I would say, and if we talk about the sustainability, is that both parties are happy, the producer and the consumer, and you have to find this golden line where it happens. It's maybe too early to talk in Baltic states. We still need to invest in renewables, but there is this issue with the Nord Pool pricing as it's built, the market, then actually it's not very well suited for the renewable energy if it starts to dominate the market. And we see a lot of negative pricing and other issues, which of course stops the new investment in renewables. And then of course it's very important that you have some other options like long-term PPAs or CFDs or other solutions, because we see that for instance in Sweden or northern neighbors, for instance onshore wind development has stopped because simply you cannot make any FID without any other solutions. So this is a little bit a chicken-egg question about state strategy, country strategy. Do you want to be a forerunner with energy and then attract demand, but then you need to support it somehow with some CFDs or PPAs? Otherwise, I would say that at some point it will be very complex to adjust demand-supply momentum, and it could, of course, stop new investments in renewables.
All right. And then colleague Andrus. You mentioned a lot about improving the system and needing new investments and finding the new balance in this current reality. How do you see how can we reconcile customer demand for low prices with these investment needs? And do you think perhaps energy market, is it too complicated? Is it just the right way? Do we need more products? Do we need some changes in the market exchange?
Thank you. I think energy market is not too complicated. Rather, we have chosen in Europe a way of steer energy market via pricing, and that has led us in the situation. Actually, we have developed a lot of renewables. It has enabled average yearly price lowering. That's good. But on the other hand, we have created high fluctuations. It means between zero prices and very high prices, and usually customers doesn't like this situation very much, because this is, I think it's even worse when stable, maybe not so low price. And second, what we have created now, it was mentioned before, Nord Pool pricing, but it's not Nord Pool, but it's our pricing is a marginal pricing. This is actually, it was chosen to enable renewable growth, and this has actually happened, and this is a very steady policy what we have had. On contrary, now we actually have a dispatchable power sources investment issue. We can't invest against the market, and that's leads us to a situation and what technology to choose and how to enable price lowering in this situation. And that's a really complex formula to be solved, but it's not the energy market question, because we have chosen this path in energy market. How to solve it? I think main problem for a customer is really because yearly average price is lowering, going lower year by year, not maybe with enough speed, but it's still going. But like January showed, there are spikes, which suddenly some industries are stopping production even and closing them down. Is it a good example? No, it's not good for economy. Is it maybe bad sourcing of energy? It can be, because there are incentives and financial instruments to hedge your energy prices, etc. But during summertime, there is very appealing negative prices which everyone wants to benefit at, and this is really finding a balance and for consumers. I don't think it's sustainable in that sense, because Baltic region is in energy deficit, and hopefully our AI consumption in the Baltic region also will enable also data center growth. It means that there is still a steady growth in the consumption side. It means that we need to invest in power production more. And like I mentioned in my previous part, during January, if we look back now, with a really high demand and deficit in Finland, Sweden, in the Baltic area, everywhere was energy deficit. Prices went up, but only one generation was below average, was a wind production. It means that current choices without subsidies doesn't give much room for investments anywhere else than renewable production and wind sources. We need to over-dimension it. It will lead to overproduction during windy and summertime. Various mechanisms in that. It's a battery storage and also different options to store energy when it's too much, but there is no other sources unless there is subsidy-based dispatchable power investments. It means that both options actually are increasing price for end customers, because low renewable price will be compensated by grid investments and also energy balancing needs. It means that we have to make a right choice here in Baltics, what assets will bring us in future. But direction from customer side is very steady. It has to be clean energy, no question. It has to be steady in the price fluctuations, and it means affordability. But unfortunate trend is that the demand is growing, and only way to help us out is to invest more and into clean energy resources. And there's no other. But January data shows very well. Especially, we need to say thanks to Lithuania, because this is really clearly wind production which helped out the Baltic area during a January energy deficit time. And but actually, he's proven we don't need to hesitate, and we have to go forward.
Thank you. So, is it really so? I understand also from your presentation that at least for Microsoft, clean energy is non-negotiable. But about flexibility, overall price, long-term agreements, how do you choose, and is it even possible currently to find good electricity producers for you and your needs?
Yeah, so for us, good electricity prices, I just can confirm what Anders just said, so it's long-term, clean and predictable. So this is what we mean by good electricity price. And the instruments that we are using right now, these are those long-term renewable power purchase agreements in the countries where we have data centers. But at the same time, we are also investing a lot to be more energy efficient. And also, even though I was saying that AI is energy consuming technology, but the investments in chips, investments in the next layers of the technology are also continuing, and we see better and better results. So that's why it's on both sides. So we are, as a technology provider, we are investing to make it more energy efficient, but we will continue to invest into clean energy in order to achieve our sustainability goals. Because we can expect that now with AI diffusion, depending on the country. So we have countries, and if we are looking at Europe, then we are already consuming quite a lot of AI on average. Some countries are more, some less. We can expect that the usage of the technology will grow because more and more companies will realize the value from those applications. So it means that we will need to continue investment in both, in making this technology more energy efficient, but also making sure that we have energy as a foundation to run this technology.
All right. So this has brought us also to our overall conclusion of this session. And in the end, I'd like to ask all of you a question where I would be happy if you could share your personal view. And again, I understand that these topics are always complex and you need to find a balance. But if you have to choose, what, in your opinion, drives today's reality? Do we first need abundant, affordable generation? Do we need long-term power purchase agreements before we can see strong generation development, so that it is consumption-driven system? Or what we need is strong grids, and everything else will follow and join. So if you have to choose, and again, I know it's a balance, but if you have to choose, which is the most important thing and which comes first? Please, Inon. Enjoy.
No. I can't choose. So, more likely than not, there's an industrial revolution happening. And industrial revolutions happen where there's abundant and reliable energy. It's happened in Japan, it happened before that in England and in the US. You need power, you need energy, you need the way to transform. Like they built the canals in England. At the same time, they built the coal and the iron industry. The one doesn't separate from the other, and that doesn't separate from the industry that grew out of that. all three need to go at the same time, and the core thing behind it all is people, well-educated engineers able to take risks, educated risks, not reckless. We've kind of gone into this mode of just doing analysis. So if there's one key thing that will help unlock all of these three things, it's people who are able to take educated risks, like what happened when the European energy system was largely built in the 60s, 70s. They're able to take educated guesses and built the system that lasts and served Europe very well. Same in the US, same in lots of parts of the world. So that's, to me, if I had to choose one thing, I would say that's the thing, and then they would address all three of those issues that will come together. Those industries are able to coordinate to make things happen.
All right, so people, but for industrial revolution, you need abundant generation. So
you need abundant generation, you need a way
Yes,
to get
yes.
the fuel there and to the consumer, and you need an off-taker. It's like a stool, like the table, right? You can't have no
I
stairs.
understand.
Yeah, okay.
So I put down your vote for generation.
Yeah.
But people, I understand.
Yeah.
I share your opinion, obviously. Please, Martin.
Yes, I think that in the current world also countries compete, and the energy sector is one of the things which is, of course, the workforce, and then the energy abundance or availability is very important to attract industry to your country, and therefore I think, of course, you need to make some investment upfront, and which maybe then waits a little bit for the consumption to pull up. So I would go for that.
Excellent, thank you. 2 votes for generation. So,
Yeah.
Andres?
Yeah, I follow the same line. Consumption will happen. We see it already, and it means that artificially focusing on consumption, it also helps in grid conditions, etc. I think grid-wise, we are, let's say, the improvements are needed, but we could manage. And if we look at Baltic region has 40% of energy deficit, that's a clear sign. But it's not abundant, but we need at least 5 gigawatts more production in the region, but it will be enough. Abundant is also good, but I'm for generation need as a first priority. But all other aspects are also important.
Yeah, aim high. But I agree, very much so. Francesco?
Okay, I will give you another point of view. So from my experience, what you need is infrastructure. If you don't have infrastructure, you don't have generation and you don't have demand. And infrastructure takes a long time to develop. So if you want to deploy renewables, if you want to deploy any other kind of generation, if you want demand to flourish, you need to set the infrastructure before the demand is there. So for me, very clearly, infrastructure is the key, to develop first before generation and demand.
Excellent. And Renata?
Yeah, you are the experts there, so you will choose which of 3 is the right one. But from my side, especially for this region, it is critical that we have all the instruments to be resilient. Also from technology perspective, because we have a lot of technology. But resilience is the key, so that we can continue work under any circumstances, and the technology will adapt. So this is important, I think.
All right. So to conclude today's panel, again, impossible to say everything. There were fantastic things, and thank you so much for sharing your opinions and your experiences. These types of discussions truly help us all to expand also our views. But if I have to put a summary to it, so we need generation. That was what that won in our little vote. We very much need grids, and I marked you also as grids because resilience is grids. And in all of that, we have to remember about people, because people make this happen, and people are whom we serve. So with that in mind, I thank so much for my distinguished panel, and I wish you all a very good day, and I think that now we will have a break. But Carlos will join us at the end. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Liga. Thank you, dear panelists. I think we got some very good insights but we can take them to the next session. We can take them to the coffee break. So after the coffee break, we resume at 11:30 sharp, and I must say that we will start exactly at the time, so make sure to return about a minute earlier. Unless, of course, you have some excellent networking opportunities, then do use and utilize them. Thank you. People are still coming to this room, but I think we have reached critical mass, so we can resume. So welcome back, everyone. We now move on to part 2, which tackles the money question. How do we finance the energy transition in a way that delivers real economic value and not just green labels? To lead this discussion, I invite Professor Gunārs Bērziņš, Rector of University of Latvia and our host today. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here again. And I would like, before everyone comes, I would like to start with a few remarks of my understanding of previous session. Nobody sees engineers as long as there is electricity. But today's discussion, what we have today here is everybody sees bills at the end of the month. And that's what we're going to discuss today, how the actual technical things are developed and how the money can be combined with the need to develop our business, need to develop grids, need to invite in investment, a lot of different needs, different perspectives. And our today's distinguished panel is excellent for discussing this issue. And first of all, I would like to invite Paulina Berzicka, Head of European Investment Bank Group Office in Latvia. She is a driving force for developing this Baltic office. So, where is floor? Please come and join.
I speak here. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this nice introduction. I have prepared some slides.
But we first introduce everyone and then... Thank you very much for being here. And as I said, Paulina is the one who actually manages all the Baltic office of AIB. Great job.
No, we have opened a dedicated office for Latvia.
Dedicated office for Latvia. So, 100 billion?
100 billion was the investment of the EIB globally last year. And in Latvia, we invested 381 million. It was a record year.
So, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And please take a seat, and I will invite all the panel, and then you give us a speech.
Great. I have a presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Kim Stangman, Renewable Energy Portfolio Development Manager, INCA, investment arm of IKEA. Kim is the one who is figuring out, is this investment good or is this investment not good? And how to deal with that we will discuss today. Thank you very much for being here. Michael Kozlov, member of European Court of Auditors, and how the state and the projects and everything comes together with the Court of Auditors, which are financing everything, controlling everything what European Union finances.
Yes, thank you, Gunārs. I think I would like also to thank the organizers, because it takes a certain courage to invite a representative of a external audit institutions with professional skepticism and a bit of a critical view to things. So really glad to be here and to take part in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Hala Balozo, founder, board chair, chief vision officer, electric power engineers from United States. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Extensive knowledge of engineering and grids.
Absolutely.
And we need in our panel someone who balances economical side with a real technical expertise. Thank you very much for being here. Alda Ozola, Vice President, Chair of Public Utility Commission. Thank you very much for being here. Alda is the one who is always putting brakes on.
Balancing, I would say, balancing carefully.
On those who wants to have higher prices and those who wants to have lower costs.
Thank you. I would still return to balancing. Thank you. Pleased to be here.
Thank you very much. Please take a seat. And Stefan Kopfer, CEO 50 Hertz Transmissions, Germany. biggest one, or almost the biggest one.
Not the biggest one, but the one who is working mainly in the Baltic Sea and the eastern part of Germany, so responsible for the cooperation, interconnectors. So happy to be here.
Thank you very much from Germany, please.
And we share one seat, huh?
I will stand, please. But we start with AIB. AIB, as we just heard, 100 billion year investment, and mostly in renewables. That is a big investment, and I believe that Paulina will explain us in what is really happening in the investment side of renewable business. Thank you very much, and please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Gunter.
You go there. So.
Thank you for the very nice introduction, and thank you so much for the World Energy Council for having me today. It's really a great pleasure, and I am humbled to be speaking today alongside such distinguished panelists. So let's start what we will talk about today. I have a few topics to address. What is Europe's climate bank? What is the European Investment Bank? Who are we? What are the challenges of the green transition? How can we address them? And then how have we actually addressed them? I will talk about examples, and I will talk about what's next. So let me start by saying a few words about Europe's climate bank. But first, let's warm up. Question to the audience. What do you think? What is the annual energy bill paid by the European Union? So is it 300 billion after China and the US? Is it 350? We are the second energy importer after China. Or is it 400 billion annually? I know there are a lot of specialists here today. So shall I reveal the answer? Usually in these quizzes, it's the most shocking answer that is the correct one. So indeed, it's 400 billion. This is the EU paradox. So despite our aggressive transition efforts, the EU remains the world's most expensive energy importer. It is actually more than 400 billion annually, the cost of importing fossil fuels. So there is clearly something to talk about. Now let me introduce the EIB. The European Investment Bank was established by the Treaty of Rome, and we are owned by the European member states, we are governed by the European member states, and we are here to serve the European member states. So it is one of the largest multilateral lenders and borrowers in the world. We raise funds on international capital markets. We have, thanks to our shareholders, of course, we have a AAA credit rating, which then allows us to pass on those favorable conditions to our borrowers. It's a crowding in bank, so we do not compete. We want to crowd in private capital. That's the purpose of our work. And we have actually mobilized over, this is a crazy amount, but we have mobilized over 5 trillion euros in capital since the bank was established in 1958. So the bank is based in Luxembourg with more than 4,000 staff, but we have offices all around the world, and I am the head of the EIB Group Riga office, which was just recently established last year. Now we have one dedicated office in each Baltic states. The European Investment Bank is also a responsible finance provider. What does it mean? It means that we monitor the environmental and social sustainability of all our investment projects. We monitor ourselves. So we monitor our own environmental footprint, our own greenhouse gas emissions, and the gas emissions of projects with significant impact. We appraise all aspects of a project, so not only the finance element alone, but also human, technological, and natural resources that are used in any project. We exclude certain economic activities. And finally, given our reputation that we have to uphold, transparency matters. And we look at a strong governance and strong accountability of all of our partners. 6 years ago, the European Investment Bank launched what we call the Climate Bank Roadmap, a roadmap to becoming the climate bank. This was in 2020. We came out with extremely ambitious goals, one of them being 1 trillion euros of investment mobilized by 2030. Again, huge figures, but it's actually happening. So we are fully on track with this goal. And we have already mobilized 740 billion between 2021 and 2025. Now, what the bank is focusing on going forward is innovation, security, and simplification in the context of the green transition. Why? Why do we focus on innovation, security, and simplification? I move on to my favorite slide of this presentation. Mind the gap, the two eyes. So what are the two eyes of the green transition? It's the dual challenge of innovation and investment that have to go hand in hand to make the climate transition happen. So innovation is what we need to develop new technologies, and investment is what is needed to replace the existing technologies with clean tech. We have a financing gap of more than 400 billion euros annually to meet the climate goals. And on the innovation side, the technologies that are not yet available will actually deliver 30% of the emissions reductions that we need to reach our net zero targets. And we need to tackle both aspects, both the innovation and the investment aspect, to close the gap, strengthen our industrial base, create value jobs, and foster resilient supply chains. I do have some good news as well. So global energy investments are actually quite large. In 2024, they exceeded 3 trillion globally. The ratio to fossil fuels is 2 to 1. So the world is investing twice as much into clean energy as it is into fossil fuels. Just a few years ago, that was the opposite. So we have really already made a shift. The same ratio in Europe is actually 10 to 1. So for every €1 invested into fossil fuels in the European Union, we actually invest 10 euros in clean energy. So the money is really going where our mouth is. But the bottle is still half empty. It's good news, but it's also not so good news. So the half empty bit is that we still have 400 billion of an investment gap annually in the European Union alone to meet our 2030 climate goals. But talking about bottles, there is another bottle that is still half empty. It is the widening innovation gap. So here in the European Union, and I'm speaking today at the university, we have a really vibrant R&D scene. We have a long-standing tradition of research and development, scientific excellence, technological breakthroughs. And the public and private investment is supporting the R&D system. But we have a huge scale-up gap. The problem is not in terms of developing ideas. We have the ideas. The problem is scaling them up. So despite the strong foundation that we have, European firms are only investing half as much as their US counterparts into R&D. when expressed as a percentage of GDP. The Draghi report estimated this gap at 270 billion per year. When we compare Europe and the US in terms of venture capital, the gap is only for venture capital 80 billion annually. And then it continues widening as we move on to further growth stages. So the challenge is really not the invention alone, but the ability to scale the invention. And how can we do that? To address a dual challenge, we need a dual approach. Typically, risk investors are not patient, and patient investors are risk averse. So what we need is a player that combines patient investment with risk appetite, and this is where entities like the European Investment Bank come in. Our role is to support both emerging and mature projects. And indeed, we are supporting. We are a patient investor. That means that we provide patient capital with long maturities, long tenors. We wait for a return. It is not a fast food type investment. We are able to sit it out and wait for the returns to come. And we have invested over 150 billion in the last decade. I have a lot of numbers here, and the numbers are huge. But let's just say last year alone, 60% of EIB's investment went into the green energy transition. And we are talking about 100 billion annually. So the money is really going where our mouth is. But we are not only supporting these huge infrastructure projects and solar plants and wind farms, we are also supporting innovation. So this is the risk appetite that I was talking about. The EIB is not only Europe's climate bank, it's also Europe's innovation bank. We are the biggest venture debt provider, for example, in Europe, which not many of you may know. And we have, this is my second favorite slide, we have a financial product for every need. And I know that this may look very crowded, but what I'm trying to show is that across a company's growth cycle, from inception and seed stage all the way to full financial maturity, there is a dedicated European Investment Bank group product that will serve its purpose. And we are talking about the European Investment Bank Group, so that includes the European Investment Fund, which is the biggest venture capital and private equity investor in Europe, investing in equity. We also provide guarantees. We provide loans to banks that then pass on those loans to SMEs. We provide project finance, corporate loans, and public sector sovereign loans. So we are really covering everything there is to cover across the banking spectrum. In terms of innovation, we have launched the biggest ever program for financing innovation in Europe, and we are going to invest by 2027 70 billion euros specifically into European innovation. So we have spoken about innovation, we have spoken about investment. What about security? Obviously, security is not forgotten. So when the Repower EU initiative was announced, the EIB also did not stand still, but we supported the goals with 30 billion in additional financing that was later actually increased to 45 billion to be invested until 2027. This is about our security and competitiveness, and this money is going into real projects that reduce Europe's dependency on fossil fuels from Russia, making the European economy stronger and more resilient. We are powering Europe. So we've spoken about the 100 billion, 60% of it went into green projects. And I have heard a lot of people talking about the business case. Where is the business case? I don't know. For us, the business case is clear. It has not changed. The political realities are shifting. We are focusing on security, we are focusing on competitiveness, but we remain committed to being Europe's climate bank. An energy revolution in Europe is already in full swing, and we are continuing to build on our strengths. So the EIB can help you do that if you are part, probably you are part of the green energy revolution. The EIB has a lot of products that can help you, and partnering with the bank is not only about money. It's about the signaling effect, the reputation. It's about the extremely deep due diligence that we do. And it's also about working with us over time. So we provide advisory services to our clients. We don't only provide the money. We are actually supporting the system from bottom up. This is a report that I had the pleasure of contributing to about unlocking the hydrogen economy. It was written some maybe six years ago already, before the EIB had made a single investment into hydrogen. So we sat down, we looked at the market, what can be done, how do we unlock investments in this new emerging thematic. And what we did actually, we created a dedicated advisory program that identified the hydrogen champions in Europe. We teamed up together with the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, and we supported them. And I'm happy to say that the EIB has now also already financed over 1 billion directly into hydrogen projects. So this is what we do. We look at the markets, and then we work with the project promoters on designing creative solutions to the challenges. What do we do in Latvia? We have been active in Latvia since 1994, and last year was the record year following the opening of the office. So 380 million was invested in Latvia last year, and the lion's share of that actually went to sustainable energy and the green transition. So we have 3 big transactions that are benefiting actually everyone that is the ones that live here, so most of the people sitting in this room. We provided a 200 million loan to Latvenergo to renovate the existing, to upgrade the existing energy distribution network. We helped Riga Udens, Riga Water, upgrade its water supply network to also align it with environmental standards and improve its climate resilience. And we teamed up with Sunli, providing a 35 million loan to Sunli to build solar parks in Latvia that will produce enough electricity, clean electricity, for up to 180 households, 180,000 households to be powered. And that was without government subsidies. So we are working already and things are happening. I have a lot of projects I can mention. As I said, it's 60% of our business, so most projects that the EIB finance are connected to the green transition. But I just want to give you a few examples. So there are the usual players like wind farms, but I think we have also some more interesting points. So for example, last year we financed in Castilla-La Mancha a green hydrogen production plant in Spain. So that's actually, it is possible. If anybody wonders whether financing for hydrogen exists, it does. We financed the high voltage direct current link connecting Ireland and France. And we have all sorts of projects. So in Poland, actually, you probably have heard about the large offshore wind farms in Poland. We provided only last year 1.7 billion to offshore wind energy projects in Poland alone, backing the biggest wind farm in Europe. And in Lithuania, for example, last year we backed the largest Baltic onshore wind farm with a 100 million loan. So what is next? We have this new strategic orientation. So I spoke about the strategic orientation from 2020, October 2025. So just a few months ago, we came up with with a concept to consolidate our role as the climate bank to make sure that whatever we do is aligned with our security goals and with our competitiveness goals, as well as radically simplifying the process in between. So we are focusing on scaling up clean energy supply, boosting efficiency, and making sure that the European Union is competitive and decarbonized. And I think we are slowly coming to the end. So I think the most important point I want to leave you with today is that private investment, I am talking from the perspective of a public investor, but private investment is the name of the game. So a decade ago, about 60% of the investments into renewables, into green energy, were coming from the private sector. Today, it's about 50-50. So, of course, the public sector is doing more, but we need to mobilize more private sector investment to make sure that we bring this unified strength with multilateral borrower lenders like the EIB together with private investors. So what we have learned in the key sectors in the last years of investing is that what really works is supporting from a public sector side the initial stages of a company's, of a project's development with grants, maybe with feed-in tariffs. And the role of the public sector is really important at those early stages to absorb the risks. And as we move forward, as also the investment size increases, we need to mobilize more private sector capital. I leave you with a few thoughts, food for thought, but I think we will have questions. I will not take over the role of the moderator. But just to think about how can we close the gap through smarter financing? How can we crowd in more private capital? How can we tackle the scale-up challenge, the one I was talking about at the beginning? The ideas are there, but then we don't scale up. And what should be the role of public financial institutions? Lending, blending, advisory, or anything else? Let's have a chat. Thank you so much.
Paulina, thank you very much for this very deep dive into how financing works and what achievements are for your business operations. And I believe the answering your questions you just put, there's one mental question: are grids social good or individual or business endeavor? And I believe this is mentally for people, it's not decision. They believe that state has to provide, and that's a social activity and function of the state. And I believe we have a discussion on this one. Who is responsible for providing electricity to the consumers and to the businesses? Businesses or social or state? Thank you very much for those inputs, and yeah, thank you. And I can now join here, and I would like to continue with actually asking Paulina you the basic question I believe everybody in the audience thinks about. What makes projects truly bankable today?
There is no one answer on what makes a project bankable other than the ability to repay the bank debt. So it's very simple in that sense. At a bank, when we look at the project, we look at the cash flow. So we look at the free cash flow, the money that is available for debt repayment. And the question is, how do you make sure that there is enough money for that? There are different ways of approaching this, right? So in project finance, you have a capital mix, right? So you will have loans, you will have also equity investors investing stakes into a project. You may need to have more equity if the project is more risky, right? So you will be able to take less of a loan. That's one solution. You may be able to secure a guarantee. So maybe from a government or from a national promotional bank that will cover the repayment of your debt in case the project is not able to do so. So really there are a lot of different options. That the venture debt is also a really fun instrument because you are mixing equity features with debt features. So you can have a loan, but then in case you don't repay the loan, then maybe the bank will take some of your shares. So there are really, from a banker's perspective, there are so many ways we can make a project bankable. It's really a matter of flexibility and adaptability. I would not say there is one solution. This is why we have 4,000 people working on these projects.
Thank you very much. And just a small little follow-up question. And what do you think about this very unpredictable, how to say, stage of the market we are in at the moment for bankability of the project? How to tackle this one?
In what sense?
Fluctuation of prices. Prices are very. We don't have PPAs in the system yet so much.
Yes, we are looking at a number of options. So one thing we've rolled out is a power purchase agreement support program. So actually we are helping out corporates with this, providing guarantees. Obviously, you may need to try as a project promoter to secure some kind of price range for your project. And well, we have solutions. We are working on them.
Thank you very much. And now we go further to the panelists, and maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit, and then the main question. But I would like to go to Kim. You are working in really investment, also in investment stage. You represented IKEA investment arm, and you are in front of the curve in point of view as company who invests in renewables much more, even not expecting clear regulation or clear price guarantees. Why you do it, and what's your business thinking behind it? Why you did it?
We indeed have a sometimes different approach than other investors. Maybe to start with explaining indeed who I am. So I'm part of Inca Group. Inca Group is the largest franchise owner of IKEA, so IKEA is widely known. And I'm part of the investment arm of that group. And we're responsible for making investments for long-term resilience for basically IKEA and being able to provide affordable and sustainable furniture. And I think that's also the key point. Our goal is to offer sustainable and affordable furniture. And that's the IKEA way forward. We believe in affordability, sustainability, and accessibility. So it's close, you probably recognize it's close to the energy trilemma as well. And we look at that from that perspective. So for us, it's never a decision between sustainability or affordability. It's embedded in everything we do. It's how we design the furniture. It's how we do investments in renewables. It's how we do investments in circular and forestry. And we're having a long-term perspective. So we want to be there for generations to come. So I think it's also what Paulina mentioned. It's not a short-term look on your investment, but it's a long-term. And we believe that investing ourselves directly gives us that opportunity to be more in charge of the cost, in control of the cost, having accessibility, and that gives us an advantage. And that's why I believe it's a good idea to invest in renewable energy and other sustainability.
Thank you very much. Just a small follow-up question. And what was board's decision when they have to make this risky decision to be ahead of the curve? What was the thinking behind it? And because that is a risk, what you are doing, and you're hoping that it will bring results. Is it unanimous decision? How was the decision-making process?
Yes, so maybe good to point out, we are not stock market company.
Yeah.
So we're driven by our core values, so that helps. We're actually owned by a foundation. So in the end, all the returns are going for 58% back in the company, and 50% is going to the foundation, which they spend on also climate positive initiatives at their choice. it's basically circular. So because we invest, we are able to lower the cost. We are able to reach more customers, furniture customers. And that money we can reinvest in sustainability. So going ahead of the curve, not per se we are going ahead, we are taking a different approach. And yes, sometimes we're leading. We do believe business should lead by example, and when we're taking proud of being able to do that. We're working closely together with regulations if we believe we think we can make a difference by giving our point of view and our business perspective on how we can do investments. So from that perspective, yes.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to go to Michael, who is working in Court of Auditors. And I have a very specific question for you. Where does the system break? EU design, national implementation, or project selection?
Yes, thank you, Gundas. I think this is a very good question. By way of introduction, our role is to bring to the events like this a bit of realism, because what I hear is we all report on our individual achievements, but the numbers can be sometimes very cruel. And from our work at the Court of Auditors, we are based in Luxembourg, we see that although we have achieved 3 main energy transition targets in 2020, this is a fact, but we found that we were helped quite a lot by the COVID crisis, by some other considerations. On 2030, again, we are on track, but it's not unconditional. There are at least 3 conditions that we see. First of all, that all current policies have to be implemented and financing has to be invested. All the planned, kind of announced parts of the investment and policy should be enacted. But more importantly, I think more efforts are needed. And this is what is recognized not only by us, and this is not only what we see in our work, but I think it's also recognized by the European Commission, by the International Energy Agency too. So, and then the question is, why isn't it the case? And what we see is that, just to settle the stage, there is a bit of a disconnect between what decisions are being made at the EU level and how all this is being implemented at national level. There's a lot of diversity, a lot of different approaches, and this alignment between the two is sometimes missing. And for me, it actually represents kind of an opportunity cost, because the EU budget that contributes quite a lot, especially in countries like Latvia, in the Baltic region in general, these funds are limited. So we basically, if we don't achieve what we have decided to achieve within the given time frame, within the given budget, it's an opportunity cost. And I think that this approach has to change. We have to make a common effort from Brussels, but also from national governments, really, to make sure that we achieve what we have promised. This is just to settle this, the stage. I have a couple of more specific examples when we come to another round.
Okay, just one more small follow-up question. EU has now said that simplification is the most important thing. What about accountability?
Well, I think the question boils down a little bit to this regulation.
Yeah.
Do we over-regulate at the EU level? And I think we have to here come back a little bit to the idea of the internal market. We have to create, actually, there's no other choice, an internal market for energy in Europe. And it's still not the case. We are way behind for various reasons. So I don't think that we are over-regulating. What I hear more is the obstacles linked to, for example, permits. Permits is not an EU level issue, it's a national issue. I hear issues about gold plating. At the national level, gold plating of environmental rules. That's what we are seeing now in Latvia, I think, in the local discussions. So quite a few elements to move on they are cited as obstacles coming from bad Brussels bureaucrats, but in fact, we have to look deeper and understand where these obstacles actually do come from and really tackle them.
Thank you very much, and that was very interesting perspective. And now I would like to move to Hala, who brings us engineering perspective after this financing perspective and control perspective. Now we go to engineering perspective and American understanding of this grid development. And my particular question is, are electricity markets structurally outdated to today's technology already?
They are. I'm done. Just a
And
little bit
introduce
about me.
yourself a little
Right,
bit.
no, absolutely. I have a lot to say, so please stop me if I go over. So I'm Hala. I'm the board chair, founder, and chief vision officer of Electric Power Engineers. As CEO of this company, I've built it from a couple of people to 750 globally. Very highly accredited power systems engineer, about 80% are power systems engineers, working on solving the world's most complex energy, particularly electricity problems. This is important to understand my perspective, where I come from. My experience has been in the US, mainly, now globally, going through deregulation from vertically integrated to deregulated markets to energy markets to all of the above and seen of it, all of it come through. Early in my career, I worked with the investment banks like the EIB, like World Bank, and USAID, when we had USAID. And worked together with the big fours on renovating and architecting electric markets in developing countries. And I learned something very, very important then. It was something I carry till today. Electricity, energy, but electricity in particular, is essential to the welfare, to the existence of human beings. That's 25 years ago. If electricity becomes at any time unaffordable or unreliable, nations fall to their knees. So I've kept that with me. Our company focuses on affordable, in doing everything we do for utilities, for resource developers, wind, solar, data centers, regulators, government, etc. But with one thing in mind, making sure we deliver reliable, resilient, affordable, flexible, sustainable, and where possible, clean energy. I want to say it's all of the above for financing. It's not one or the other. You don't choose one or the other. In my view, today, the energy markets are outdated. And our regulatory construct is outdated worldwide, in the US as well, and I'm not the only one talking about this. Why? Deregulated has served its purpose, but now is not serving the ability to build a system holistically because we're siloed as deregulated. Very regulated, as we heard, is also not what we need right now because we're moving at a fast pace with new technology, very high load growth, etc. Right? So what's the answer? And I want to try to give an example from the United States of what's the answer. The answer is to think outside the box, not think about how, understand that regulatory always lags behind technology, and technology is moving at a very fast pace. It's not just renewable energy, it's people, how we use load behind the meter, it's very different. So we need to rethink how we do things. We need to open up regulatory and ask ourselves, should regulatory and policy play the role of taking those metrics, or 4 or 5 that we talked about, put metrics to them, and the regulator job would be to unleash engineering and finance and economics to identify not project by project, but system holistic solutions that employ flexibility and efficiency so that we can come up with a low cost. And only when we do that can we catch up with the fast pace of change that's happening.
That's just a follow-up question. You see, it's easy to say system cost recovery, but everybody is project-based, you know.
Yes.
Each individual investor base their own investment. How do you tackle this issue?
Yes. So of course, I'm an engineer. I'm going to come at it from an engineering perspective. But if you have fast pace of change in anything, if you want to redo your home or to convert your car to electric car, you have to think about all the components, price, cost, weight, everything. So you need to, I believe we should go to a reset point where we bring engineers and economists in one room. We do a master plan for each of our regions because every region is different. Then we invite competitive we need to give structure. Then you invite the project-based things. We need this type of generation here. We can take this type of load here. We need to leverage these resources in these areas. So you provide a structure. Because yes, you still have to do project by project, but when the project is part of an integrated plan, the cost effectiveness and the return on investment or the ability to pay back the loan becomes good. So I'll give you just one example, data centers in the US, right? When we started, it's a bottleneck like everywhere. They navigated towards one type of utility, which we call electric co-ops. Why? Because electric co-ops are kind of vertically integrated, but they're not too regulated. They're based on a board decision. So data centers made deals with the co-ops along with pouring money in to help modernize the grid, to reach into the customers' homes, maybe provide batteries to provide more flexibility. So overall, you can see how all this together made the cost impact on the customer a lot more attenuated than it would be if we were to just say, let's connect them and let's build generation over there and let's modernize the grid separately.
Thank you very much. You basically said that governance is very important to manage this kind of a system approach. Thank you very much for this perspective. And then I should move to regulatory, which was mentioned very often as one of the very important parts. And ALDE is responsible for regulations in Latvia for the power. And I would like to ask very specific questions. Where do tariff structure unintentionally block investment?
Well, that's a specific question, but let me take a step back and get back to what the functions of regulator are. Yeah, indeed, I'm chair of the board of Public Utilities Commission of Latvia, which is an energy regulator. And I'm also vice president of the Council of European Energy Regulators and also in the OECD network of economic regulators bureau this year. So let me reflect maybe in the wider sense how regulators see these challenges that other fellow panelists also just touched upon briefly. Regulation or economic regulation is probably what you, well, we are in an academic building now, but it's not exact science, you know, because it always depends on the exact situation, on the policy framework, on different aspects, and the regulators are always trying to carefully maintain the balance between the interests of utilities and producers of renewable energy. On the other side, we have consumers, and then affordability, of course, comes into the picture. So many things to keep in mind, and then trying to carefully balance. And I myself trained as economist, so not engineering, but we have good engineers usually also and lawyers in the team. So getting back to the question on the tariff structure and probably also why that is important. Indeed, if you look for the bankability of different projects and also financial sustainability of different solutions,
Then how the tariffs are designed for the network use indeed is a very crucial factor. And for us as regulators, what we aim to achieve ideally is that the cost structure is reflected into the tariffs. It's not always what is practically possible. That is our ideal. We try to get close to that because that is probably the long-term sustainable signal that is guiding investments, funding. That's what we believe, and also trying to kind of avoiding some financially or economically unviable projects that can happen if you have like feed-in tariffs or other type of solutions. What else for a regulator probably in the tariff structure? Of course, I do fully agree with Hala that technology is developing fast and regulation is often not going along at the same pace, whereas at the same time regulatory stability is something that utilities and also investors are looking forward. And often I like to think that regulators are the ones trying to keep their head cool, trying to be rational, and sometimes it might feel that we are not doing fast enough and not the decisions are not speedy enough, whereas it is also that we try to see also the broader political policy landscape in mind, affordability issues, and also, of course, the sustainability of utilities. And we do try also to support and new technologies coming into market. We have also introduced the regulatory sandbox. So we have, like in Latvia now, we have 2 projects in pipeline. Hopefully, getting back to the tariff structure, we will soon be able to see in real life whether different tariff structure can help electrification of the heating sector, for example. So we are looking for these real life examples to be able to judge whether some more shifts are required.
Thank you very much for this very deep explanation. And I remembered that Kim said, yes, and we want to participate in suggesting this regulation, that this sandbox approach maybe is a very nice way. Maybe you can comment on this one.
I think what Alda mentioned is, yes, indeed, stability on regulations is also very important. You mentioned indeed taking risks. I think projects, you have a financial risk, it's a volatile market. Price drops were mentioned, which of course is not helping for investing in renewable energy. But having stable regulations, looking forward and not on short term, that's very important as well, because that's part of de-risking a project actually. And yes, indeed, we like to be in close contact to discuss that, because like Ada mentioned, there are multiple angles so the regulator needs to take into account, and it's very important to take a business perspective, but also the others should be leveled out, and it's good to be able to be participating in the discussions to help moving things forward.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Can you hear me? You know, I just love this conversation. See, I'm almost at the edge of my chair. But I want to just emphasize for those who don't know, regulatory lags usually not because it's not fast enough, because it needs trust and certainty in technology. So and that's necessary because regulatory is protecting. So that's why we have to find that, you know, Mark, this is flexible regulatory. It's something we never thought about. So tariffs, there is talk about tariffs becoming not just dynamic by day, but actually changing over time. So how can regulatory even allow that? Because one day you're doing, you know, heating accommodating heating or accommodating EVs or renewables. The next day you're hydrogen or something else that behaves differently. So it's really flexible regulatory and regulatory is necessary, very necessary, because financing without regulatory cannot move forward because that's a certainty. Every time in the US we've seen a hint of regulatory change, everything financing freezes until they see what's going to happen next.
So, very important. Your job is really important. We just understood. Thank you very much. And now I would like to go to Stefan. And Stefan, I believe, biggest one in Germany, almost the biggest one. But the very important question for you is: do higher renewable necessary rise costs of system, and how do you deal with that one? If it's yes.
Yeah, thanks for Gundas. First of all, a few remarks about 50 Hertz, because not all of you will be so familiar with 50 Hertz. Like you mentioned it, Gundas, 50 Hertz is a transmission system operator responsible for the eastern part of Germany, Berlin, Hamburg, and also for all the offshore wind projects, interconnectors in the Baltic Sea. Just a few days ago at the Hamburg summit, 50 Hertz, together with our Danish colleagues of Energinet and the Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen, and the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, signed about this project, Bornholm Energy Island, which is about European cooperation, harvesting the offshore potential in the Baltic Sea. And that's something we discuss also with our TSO colleagues and the governments here in the Baltic states for the potential in front of the Baltic states. So, coming to your question, Gundas, thanks for that, because we have heard a lot of messages about visions, ambitions, also ethical impetus for realizing these kind of energy transition. But we should all be aware, and you mentioned it, that many of the investment decisions at the moment are based on a regulatory framework or based on a political ambition, at least in the European Union. And we should also be aware that this political support is at risk. So it is our responsibility to drive this energy transition as cheap as possible, as affordable as possible. Because if this doesn't work, people will not support it in the midterm and the long term. And also if IKEA Foundation, for example, is investing maybe with a different cost-benefit approach as others, most private investors in the energy transition will look at their profits in the mid and long term. So how do we organize it as cost efficient as possible? And one comment first, we should stop telling people that energy transition is a free lunch. You mentioned system cost, Gunnar. And obviously it is a lot of investment needed for the energy system of the future. 50 Hertz will invest only in 2026 more than 5 billion euros in the grid infrastructure. And that's only one of 4 TSOs in Germany. So you can imagine, what about the more than 30 TSOs in Europe to be invested in the grid infrastructure? So there is no free lunch. It comes with a cost, and people have to be aware for that. Second remark, size the ambitions of the energy transition. We have seen in the Hamburg summit that once again we talked about 300 gigawatt of offshore wind projects in the North Sea. But do we need these kind of 300 gigawatt offshore projects? Every 2 gigawatt grid connection for an offshore wind park in the North Sea costs between 3 and 4 billion euros. So if only 200 gigawatt are sufficient to fulfill the needs, it is much more affordable. And the same with the grid expansion onshore. Yeah? Do we really need all the grid investments we have discussed in our grid expansion development plans, in our 10-year network development plans at the European level in the last few years, when at the same time the electricity demand in Europe is nearly flat? Of course it will increase due to data center, but if we are not able to secure the industry in Europe, electricity demand will not grow as much as we would have expected a few years ago. So always think about it from a new perspective. And last remark, not to talk too long, last remark, please always have in mind that most players in this energy transition are investors with an interest of profits. don't misunderstand me, I'm a capitalist. So I'm fine if someone has profits. But these people normally tell to politicians in parliaments they do it for tackling climate change. They do it for the society. And maybe that's another reason they have in mind that they do it for society. But at the end, they do it also for their own profits, which is fair. But what we should have always in mind when we discuss grid connection requests of battery storage companies, for example, when we talk about grid connection requests of onshore wind investors in the future. And only when we are able to manage the energy trilemma of sustainability, affordability, and security of supply, which was a relevant topic in the first panel today, then we are able to guarantee that there is public support also in the long run.
Very, let's say, interesting perspective on how you framed it, and I believe to speaking the truth is more important than to speaking about illusions as well. But my question to you, follow-up question, would be that how do you see the concept of you as a grid provider, localized production, localized consumption, or grids will solve everything?
No, I think when we have in mind that only the 4 TSOs in Germany have to invest several hundred billion euros in the grid infrastructure, of course, every investment behind the meter, so combining generation and demand very locally, obviously welcome. On the other hand, it's also obvious that, for example, the offshore wind farms in the Danish territories close to Bornholm can generate electricity cheaper as some national offshore wind farm projects in Germany in the North Sea. Then we shouldn't look at it with a national perspective. Then we should realize and harvest the European potential. So, like it was mentioned by Michaels earlier today, the single market for energy in the European Union is a success story. I'm fully convinced of it. And this market needs, of course, also a grid infrastructure.
Thank you very much. And this is why I ask this question, because this is really the people discussing production, consumption. Can we localize it, or should we pay for a very expensive grids? United States, I believe, is exactly on. Maybe you can highlight what's United States perspective on the same question.
United States is many countries within one country, and you see, I mean, we just talk about offshore wind being affordable one place and another, so it's all about things. But there is, I've been speaking about this for a long time, but I see a lot of utilities and areas going towards grid of grids, we want to call it. So we have the technology right now to do microgrid and localized virtual power plants and interaction with the big grid system to make it more affordable. So the direction, that's definitely where we're going. It's going to take a long time to master that because it requires system changes and what have you. But it goes back also to one very important thing, which to what you said, we just heard right now, integrated systems, planning and understanding and operation are very, very necessary, because how do you leverage the efficiencies at the end, the distributed resources, the demand response, the virtual power plants with the nuclear, with the SMR, with the wind, with the solar, all of it in a cost-effective way, and affordability is key. So that is also becoming very important in the US. Integrated systems planning, every utility and ISO is starting to invest with our company in building the systems to do that.
Thank you very much. You are all so knowledgeable, and that's the reason I want to ask you a very challenging question. When you do your optimization in your decision-making process, what do you take first, costs or competitiveness of energy? So, who wants to start?
I can kick off,
Yeah.
and maybe also I see there are some questions from the audience coming. I was just going through my reports to get you the data, so there's always this question of competitiveness, which I'm not sure why. The question comes up. There is apparently in Latvia a very strong perception that the energy transition and the new regulations are bringing with it much more risks than opportunities. So the EIB ran a survey last year, the investment survey in Latvia, and we found that the perception here was actually among the worst in the European Union and significantly below the European Union average. So I am asked repeatedly, well, is it worthwhile to invest in the green transition? I say yes, of course. So I have the data from Spain. So back in 2019, the prices on the Spanish wholesale energy market were among the highest in the European Union, 70 euros per megawatt hour. And as you know, there has been a lot of investment into renewables in Spain, a lot of it financed by the EIB. And now, actually, the prices have dropped. So it's down to around 60 euros per megawatt hour, which is among the lowest in the European Union. So I think Spain is a case study, a case in point, showing that the transition to green energy is actually also a transition to savings for all of us and for the citizens that are then paying for the energy with their monthly bill. And we did similar studies in Italy. The EIB engineers also checked what was the difference studying one specific plant, and they found that it was 20% cheaper, the electricity coming out of the plant versus comparing to fossil fuels. So all the data that I have here in front of me definitely confirms that it is a profitable transition. And then I think there was a second question about, I think there are a lot of questions and they keep on coming from anonymous people. I liked it very much.
So, but you maybe read the questions. And we can
Well, so if the EU gets the largest energy bill, does the renewables and following of the environmental targets disappoint us? No. So the answer is no. We are not disappointed. We need more. We need even more to complete this energy transition to become this powerhouse in the European Union. And we need investments into grid. I think everyone here has been mentioning grid investments. Actually, the European Investment Bank financed half of all the grid investments that happened in Europe last year. And grid are probably the missing link in this transition. So the EIB group believes that they need to be financed, and we are trying to increase our investments as much as possible. We already have a record, again, it's all the numbers are record breaking, but EIB lending to grid investment reached a record of 11.5 billion in 2025, which is half of the investments realized in Europe last year. The number of cables, the length of the cables that we are supporting is actually longer than the circumference of the Earth. So it's a lot of investments, and we will continue investing in those grid investments.
So thank you very much. I just wanted to give to Stefan because grid was mentioned. What could you comment?
Yeah, I fully agree with Paulina, and that's obvious that every additional kilowatt hour based on renewables is normally the cheapest way to produce additional kilowatt hours. But we should have in mind that also other investments are needed to stabilize the situation. So we have additional flexibility needed in the system. So we see investments in battery storage systems. We need backup capacities in many countries. Germany just get the state aid approval by the European Commission to invest in 12 gigawatt of additional gas power plants. So also this has to be financed. And of course, we need a lot of investments in the grid infrastructure. The grid fee of the TSOs in Germany has doubled in the last 3 years. So obviously, cheaper generation comes with higher needs of financing for all the additional system costs we have, and that's something we should have in mind. You asked Gundas about the situation, do we look at the competitiveness? And of course, when we do grid planning in Germany, of course we look at the effect on the grid fees for consumers. And if I said it has doubled, of course it is our interest to look is the remaining redispatch volume, which comes with a cost as well for consumers, cheaper as the investments needs in the grid infrastructure. And we have seen strong price increases in assets, in civil works, in other things to realize these kind of grid projects. So often redispatch and accepting redispatch is cheaper for society as investing in additional grid infrastructure. One last remark about this questions about the Baltic states and Germany and the memorandum of understanding for an interconnector transmission line in the Baltic Sea.
Yeah.
This is still on the agenda. I just met your minister outside of the room a few minutes ago. And we will see in Paris once again at the IEA meeting discussions between Germany and the Baltic states. What can we do to realize it? Also, the TSOs are working on that. We will have a meeting tomorrow here in Riga to discuss next steps. And I'm fully convinced that harvesting the offshore potential in front of the Baltic states will only happen if there is a grid connection to a country like Germany, which is short on renewable energy. The electricity demand in the Baltic states will never be strong enough to need all these generation capacities, so you need a grid connection to maybe Poland or Germany. If this is not the case, it will not work.
Thank you very much for your answer. And then regulators are in play.
Yeah, when hearing the word the grid fees have doubled, I immediately wanted to comment because, of course, also in Latvia and Baltics, that is an issue that the fees have increased and probably also will continue slight increase, though not steep. And that is, of course, linked to the need for investments and infrastructure. And normally, those costs are recovered through fees, through tariffs. However, with this massive need of upgrade of the grid and expansion in some countries, not all costs can be covered through tariff, and there is a need for public funding. Also, the EU has been already there, and we are looking also at the next period for the EU funds, and so far already it has been a great contributor also for Baltic countries when we look at the investments that were required for the synchronization with continental Europe and also some other investments. So that has been of great value and that's what we see because the end consumer cannot cover it alone because of course even the renewable electricity is expected that the wholesale price should go down steady. Still, the final bill is something, total cost is something that both household consumers and also industrial consumers are looking at, and then we get to your question about competitiveness.
So, thank you very much. And United States is where public money is not always available.
That's right.
And where the real market prices are always more appreciated than public support. How do you deal with this same question?
Right, and your question on cost and competitiveness is very important. Just to lighten up the mood, I went back to 1990s. I'm at Texas A&M University, and I just learned there's one more Aggie here at least, which I'm very excited about. It's a small world. Engineering economics blew my mind, and I love this discussion. It's engineering and economics. It's the whole world revolves around it. I have to say, first, the cost versus competitiveness. I'm just going to tell you, in the US, there is a lot of study by national labs. I put a paper at the SIGR too that said that really has study behind it that shows that competitive markets, let me talk about competitive markets, not competitive bidding, have not really decreased the price to the end consumer. That's one train of thought. To me, cost is more important, and cost that is relatively controlled and understood by people who are taking bids and looking at bids. It's super important to reduce the cost that goes to the end consumer, because competitive markets are great for commodities that are not essential. But when you're talking about energy that is essential to people, that reliability, people can die at homes, they cannot go to school, it's very, very important. So maybe just in the interest of time, maybe I'll just answer this one to give room to others. All right.
Thank you very much. Michaels.
Yes, I would like to bring into discussion this idea of cross-border investment, because colleagues mentioned investment in grids, but I think this cross-border concept is something that was maybe missing until now in the discussion. And Stefan said, well, the internal energy market is a success in Europe. We found that it's not maybe 100% the case. And I think one of the best indicators is electricity price differentials among member states, which are still huge. And exactly to bridge these gaps, there is a need for more cross-border projects, more interconnectors. And now, I think what's important, we had some good examples also in the Baltics. This is desynchronization project, I think, was helped to a large extent, or at least brought forward by funds from the Repower EU that was mentioned by Paulina. So I think it's a good example, and we need more examples like this. And also in the context of thinking about the next multi-annual EU budget, whereby the resources might be more limited than they are now, I think the highest value added for the regions in the Union, but also for the Union as such, is exactly in these cross-border projects. So when Paulina said we put our money where our mouth is, I would agree, but not completely, because sometimes we don't finance enough these cross-border projects, and at national level the priorities are given to local level projects. And I think this is a little bit a missed opportunity to use the EU funds, the funds of the EU budget, more effectively than they're doing now. So I think my contribution to this discussion would be really pull together the efforts and propose more and finance more cross-border projects in Union.
Thank you very much. And that's a very good point, and Stefan was talking about it. And so how we balance whole system, and we look on the system level, not on an individual country level or project level. But Kim, your competitiveness costs, you are in both sides now playing.
Well, it's difficult for me to comment on the grid because I look more from a project level as being responsible for renewable development projects in multiple countries. So I see grid conjunctions and increasing grid costs in multiple markets, and I see the effect also for us as an investor. Grid costs are making investments more difficult, for sure, especially lower prices, higher costs. That's not going well together if you want to invest. But overall, I think it is important, what Stefan mentioned, investing in renewables, it's not a free sandwich. And also we as an investor, we expect a return on the investment. And in order to do that, we look at lowest cost, because I think with lowest cost, you increase your competitive position. And it's depending on regulators, it's depending on and the political climate, how we can improve that. And for an investor, it's super important, and for us particularly. So in general, our policy is that we want to go merchant, so be exposed to the market prices, which means it's very volatile, in order to be able to be competitive. And we look at that cost angle, and if we choose our projects or the locations where we want to invest, we look at the lowest cost of energy, and because we can bring that in the long term as well. So I think that's important to take along as well, and also but it's more difficult from the grid angle to integrate, because yes, the grid conjunctions are usually also on places where it's more interesting to invest in renewables because the resources are higher. That's why you have the conjunction at that location. So I think there's always a balance between also the consumers, where then, for example, data centers would invest, so you have the better connection. For the grid conjunction, we invest in hybrids. So if we have a wind farm, we add solar to that. So it helps a bit on the grid balancing. So I think that's also quite important to do. We also look in battery solutions, indeed, only connected to the renewable energy resources, solar and wind, also to help from the conjunction perspective. But that's, I think, small on the big scale of the discussion.
Thank you very much. And now to finalize, I have, each of you, from your perspective, I would like you to imagine what will be the 3 biggest bottlenecks for the next 3 years, what we have to solve. Each of you from your perspective. Paulina.
I can answer in 3 words. Grid, innovation, investment.
Okay. And I really like that you, in your presentation, and now bring up innovation, because from the economics point of view, without innovation, and if you import everything from other countries, from China, then your GDP, balance out in short term very badly. But in the long term, of course. But innovations, local innovations, I think. Thank you very much for bringing this up.
I think we really have to refocus a little bit on innovation and not only talk about these massive scale projects, because to actually make this green transition happen, we need some breakthrough innovation, and we need to find new technologies that will help us.
Thank you very much for bringing this up. So, Kim, let's go that way.
Grid conjunction is a major challenge, definitely. It's difficult for us to contribute in solving that puzzle, but it will be really necessary. And I think the same what we would require is stable political climate for investments in the long or near future to the long future.
Almost one is technological challenge, one is social challenge.
It's a combination, right? It's everything together.
Thank you very much. Michals.
Yes, I think I would bring in the governance challenge from from where I am. We see that governance of these major EU policies has to become better. Perhaps we need in some areas a bit more Europe. I know there are a lot of vested interest in energy policy, but I think if we should look at Europe as a single kind of entity or unity for the purposes of energy policy. And I think this has to do with governance, with improvements of governance. So I hope our legislators, policymakers at the European and national level will think about this carefully and really make sure that there is more pressure to move things forward together.
Thank you. Hala.
So many bottlenecks. I will talk about figuring out a new grid architecture and systems to, in order, I agree with Paulina, innovation is plenty. We just don't have the systems and the architecture to leverage all of that fast enough. So I think our real bottleneck to transition from here to there in an affordable, reliable way and clean way requires really people understanding that we have to reinvent and sit together and collaborate and make the architecture of the grid and the regulatory and policy and engineering married.
Thank you very much. Very good. So Valde.
I'll continue with Hala's and Michal's points on the governance and flexibility, or basically trying to, from my point of view, to summarize how to make the system future-proof, because we are not sure. Also, Stefan mentioned whether all these policy goals and activities will become real, or it's just on the paper, these visions, and how fast different technologies or data centers will develop. And so what we need is to have this flexibility built in so that the system is future proof, whatever comes, and with a sound regulation. And another aspect I would like to bring in is demand response. It seems that in the Baltics it's still not used potential, and that's something we also have to work both as a regulator, but also together with policy makers and other stakeholders to utilize that potential, also empowering, educating consumers. There are plenty of opportunities for them that electricity market provides, although Hala doesn't believe that it's functioning properly, but it is evolving. The market is evolving, but they do not always know all the options and opportunities that are there, including the industries as large consumers. So there is something to look for.
Thank you very much. And Stefan?
I will mention one word which is maybe a little bit surprising, and that's the first bottleneck is lack of patience. We are really not patient enough to realize this energy transition, and I will explain it by two examples, and these are two bottlenecks. One is people, everybody knows. The labor force is limited, skilled labor force is limited, so making this happen is really a challenge when we talk about civil works. And the second bottleneck is supply chain. Can you invest how many kilometers of cables, of transformers, of other assets we need to make it happen? So one last remark, be careful with this new idea of buy European. You can imagine we as a critical infrastructure provider, we are really interested in buying European. We buy our cables in Italy, Sweden and Denmark. We buy our converters by companies like GE Vernova or Siemens Energy. But of course, if we want to realize a project, we will maybe need transformers from South Korea, a democratic Western country. Is it a good idea to exclude them in the future? I don't think so. So let's really think about it if we do tighten once again this bottleneck of the energy transition.
Thank you very much. We have a very distinguished panel with a deep understanding of concepts, deep understanding of systems, and I really appreciate all your input, and I believe audience was enjoying this discussion because the knowledge provided was really deep and great. Thank you very much. Just to finalize, from my point of view, capital exists, technology exists, systems have to be thought about, coherent governance have to be there, and strong delivery have to be there. We have something, we are missing something, but we are on the way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Berzinch, and thank you to all the panelists. I think we've heard quite a clear message on what is needed. The money is there. We just have to figure out how to best use it and how to find holistic ways to invest in projects. However, now I have the honor to announce quite a special presentation. We are looking forward to the World Energy Congress this October, and to speak about that, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Yasser Al-Turki, Chief Advisor and Assistant Minister for Electricity Affairs at the Ministry of Energy of Saudi Arabia and Secretary General of World Energy Council, Saudi Arabia. So, Dr. Al-Turki, please, the podium is yours.
Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the World Energy Council community, it's a great honor to address you today as we continue our collective preparations for the 27th World Energy Congress, which will be convened in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in October this year. For more than a century, the World Energy Congress has stood as the premier global platform, bringing together governments, industry leaders, innovators, communities, and experts. It has consistently enabled strategic dialogue, and helped shape the evolution of global energy systems. Today, it remains the most influential forum for advancing collective thinking, diverse perspectives, and practical pathways toward a secure, sustainable, equitable, and inclusive energy future. As we gather with our valued partners, it gives me a great pleasure to extend a formal invitation to you. The member committees of the World Energy Council have long been active and essential contributors to the Council's work, and this engagement is more important than ever as we confront the profound transformations reshaping the global energy landscape. The Riyadh 26 Congress, held under the theme Inspiring Transformations, Delivering Transitions, will provide a comprehensive and forward-looking platform to examine the structural shifts underway across global energy systems. Guided by the vision and ambitions of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, the Kingdom is advancing significant efforts across all energy domains, including renewable energy, clean hydrogen, digital innovations, and efficiency throughout the energy value chain. Riyadh, where heritage, modernity, and ambition converge, will offer an exceptional setting for this important global gathering. The 2026 Congress will serve as a global platform for showcasing pioneering initiatives, exchanging expertise, and exploring expanded opportunities for cooperation and investment. On behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its entire energy ecosystem, it's my privilege to extend a formal and cordial invitation to all of you to participate in the 27th World Energy Congress. Your presence and contributions will be instrumental to the success of this milestone event. We very much look forward to welcoming you in Riyadh and to working together in shaping the next era of global energy transitions. Allow me now to present a brief video capturing the spirit of Riyadh and the vision we are preparing for the 27th World Energy Congress. Thank you.
At the heart of global energy, Saudi Arabia proudly welcomes the world as the host of the 27th World Energy Congress in Riyadh, 2026. The theme Inspiring Transformations, Delivering Transitions reflects our collective journey beyond redesigning energy into real action shaping tomorrow. Saudi Arabia is advancing clean energy solutions, carbon capture hubs in Jubail and Yanbu, renewable projects across the kingdom, and the world's largest hydrogen plant in Neom, showcasing a carefully managed balance trilemma between the three dimensions. Already more than 63 gigawatts of renewable projects have been tendered, with 12.3 gigawatts connected to the grid, powering millions of lives. Guided by Vision 2030, we are building an energy system that is clean, secure, and accessible, delivering growth while protecting our planet. The future of energy belongs to all of us. Join Saudi Arabia and Riyadh 2026, where together we will inspire transformations and deliver transitions.
Thank you. And we look forward to seeing all of you in Riyadh, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Turki. We look forward to Riyadh. Now, lunch is served, and we reconvene at 2:30. but I want to remind to everyone who registered in the morning for laboratory tours to go to the registration desks at the time indicated in your ticket. Other than that, thank you. We can now network at the lunch. welcome back everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch and very stimulating and fruitful conversations. While some people are still flowing back in the room, just a bit of technical information. A reminder that on the last page of your program, you can find the conference bingo. Whenever you hear the phrases that are in that bingo card, you can cross them out, and should you cross them all out, you can go to the reception desk for a small prize. Well, if you're one of the first, that is. So, returning to the topic at hand. This morning, we talked about what to build and how to pay for it. This afternoon, we tackled the question that can make or break everything. Will communities accept it? Part 3 is about community engagement, understanding why people resist energy and other industrial projects, and more importantly, what actually works to build mutual support. To chair this session, I invite Associate Professor Juris Spiridonos of Riseba University, who also served as Vice Chair of the Administrative Board at the EU Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators. So, Juris combines deep regulatory expertise with commitment to inclusive governments. Juris, over to you.
Thank you very much, and this is not all my positions, I have more. And one more personal note, if the organizers put your segment of the conference after the lunch, so probably you did something very bad to them in your previous life. So my colleagues reported back to me who attended the previous segments that at one point of the time you were very sleepy, so, you know, I'll try to do something about that. I proposed my panel to continue this in French, but pourquoi pas, they somehow resisted, but, you know, we're a German-dominated panel this time. But at the end of the days, so me is not that important. What is important are people who are with me on this panel, and I'll start asking them to take the seats here next to me. So the first one is Jörg Andreas Kruger, the president of NABU. Please join. Burkhard Verklenitz from E.ON, CEO of Processes. Morgan Hagelskar, Head of Renewable Energy at Andel. Reinhard Schneider, COE of Schwenk Northern Europe. And Lina Grady from European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, Head of Green Cities. So, but, you know, this is a very popular panel, probably because of me, because I am a nice guy. So we have even more people than we have the chairs. So one is mine. But before we start the discussion, I will ask one of the very distinguished colleagues to deliver a speech and presentation to hit us up. And this colleague is Nina Hvide Endelvossen, Director for Nordic Council of Ministers. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being here today. As we discuss community engagement and steps towards energy security and affordability, I speak on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers, representing 8 Nordic countries and governments, an institution that has been in Latvia and in the Baltic states for 35 years this year. When our office was established in 1991, the Nordic countries supported Latvia in strengthening democratic governance and independence. Today, our cooperation has matured into a partnership of equals, especially in the field of energy security and renewable development. And this shift reflects a simple truth. In a time defined by fast-moving geopolitical shifts and rising uncertainty, the push towards cleaner energy takes on a new meaning. It's no longer an environmental priority, but a very important strategic element for how Europe remains independent with the right to live in a free democracy. Across the Baltic region, Diversification energy sources reduces vulnerability to geopolitical, unfair and unjust pressure, global price shocks and climate impacts. Therefore, I can also assure you that the Nordic-Baltic collaboration has never been more needed than today, and it has never been stronger than today. Latvia's hydropower, wind potential across the country, and offshore bioenergy in rural municipalities and decentralized solar can be a very balanced energy mix system. If we build it together with the local communities and we build it on public trust. So, why does community support matters? Local acceptance is not a nice to have, it's the cornerstone as an enabler of a quicker and smoother energy transformation. Projects that secure early and broad communication engagement face fewer delays, carry lower legal and political risks, and tend to operate more smoothly once they're built. We often label opposition as NIMBY, not in my backyard. But this label hides the real issues. People are not against new energy projects, including renewable energy projects. They are against feeling excluded, against uncertainty, and against bearing the cost while others take the benefit. Concerns around land use, noise, visible impact, priority values, or environmental disturbance are legitimate. And the most important concern is lack of democratic engagement. Decisions are taken elsewhere, but the impact is felt locally. I would like to say a few words about the principle that defines the Nordic way of building strong and successful community engagement. I would like to stress that we are not perfect and we have had many uphill struggles as well. It's a difficult path to tread. Early transparency engagements. Communities are brought in from the very beginning, not at the permit or construction phase. It has to be done by legislators and developers. Economic and practical benefits at the local level are essential. Residents must be able to see clear financial and visible tangible results, e.g. lower electrical prices or job opportunities. Shared ownership, when residents are given the opportunity to hold partial ownership, their interest might align with the project in a long term. One of the clearest examples is Denmark's community-owned offshore wind model, the Middle Ground Cooperative. Often cited worldwide as a blueprint for how shared ownership can be built on trust, strengthen social acceptance, and accelerate the transition to renewable energy. The Middle Ground offshore wind project in Copenhagen showed how shared ownership can ease public concern around visible renewable infrastructure. Half of the wind farm was owned by citizen shareholders, giving thousands of residents a direct share in the project and helping build acceptance for a large offshore installation close to the city. Clear communication and early engagement were central to the process. Public tours, open information, and transparent planning helped address questions about location, noise, and visible impact. As a result, the Middle Ground became a well-supported urban project and an early example of how community involvement could enable renewable development in a constrained urban setting. While the Middle Ground shows how shared ownership can support renewable energy projects outside urban areas, Copenhagen Hill illustrates a different urban approach, integrating essential energy infrastructure directly into the city in a way that is both functional and publicly accessible. Built to replace an older waste-to-energy plant, Copenhagen Hill processes municipality waste and supplies heat and electricity to tens of thousands of households, making it a central part of Copenhagen's decarbonization strategy. It demonstrates how large energy facilities can fit organically into dense urban environments. The building combines industrial operations with a public space with a rooftop ski slope, hiking paths, and climbing walls. Where Copenhagen Hills shows how energy infrastructure can become part of everyday urban life, Onstadblåheia in the northern Norway offer a landscape-based example of long-term cooperation with the local community. The wind farm outside Sortland consists of 14 turbines built in an area with strong and steady wind conditions. From the start, the project relied heavily on local contractors, giving companies in the region a significant beneficial construction advantage and experience with large-scale international projects. This local involvement helped build trust and earn the confidence of the local community. Since operations began, the wind farm has continued to work closely with residents through annual community funds and support programs. Applications for fundings are reviewed locally to reflect community priorities, and recent allocations have supported everything from renovating of a community center to equipment for sport clubs and youth activities. This project shows how consistent engagement and visible local benefits can help large energy projects coexist with nearby communities. To conclude, getting local community on board is not a one-off communication task. It's a business choice. It's a business model. The Nordics shows that when developers share benefit, power, and information, when they listen and adapt, cooperation becomes possible. And that cooperation becomes even more valuable in a world where stable, homegrown energy matters more than ever. The Baltic Sea region and Europe stands at a decisive moment. If we fail to act, the environmental, economic, and geopolitical consequences will be far more severe than the short-term impact of new infrastructure. But the success of this transition will depend not only on where we build, but how we build it. If communities are engaged early, if municipalities are empowered, and its benefits and risks are shared fairly, acceptance follows. As we strengthen the Nordic-Baltic Energy Partnership, the message is clear. Resilient energy systems are built when communities choose to stand behind them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this country made a clear choice many years ago, being perceived for itself, for the other world as a Nordic country. So thank you very much for the voice of the Nordic Council, which very much is aligned with what country believes in. Before we start being more, let's say, alive and react to what people say to each other, we have one more presentation, no pressure, so you have to be extremely entertaining because I see their faces and, you know, it's different from probably the morning. But Jörg Andreas, please, the floor is yours and presentation.
Thank you for the friendly introduction and the low pressure. I hope I can be a little bit live as well. And okay. So my name is Jörg Andreas Krüger, and as mentioned, I'm president of the Nature and Biodiversity Conservation Union from Germany. And I have been invited to share some experiences which we have made with the renewable energies and the rise of renewable energies in Germany over the last 30 years. My organization is a quite old one. We are funded in 1899, volunteer-driven, so we have 77,000 volunteers. And no picture at the wall anymore. 70, maybe it comes back. No? Okay, maybe the colleagues from the Technic can support us here. So we have a structure with 77,000 volunteers in 2,000 local groups. And that means we are quite everywhere involved in the discussions around especially wind farms and solar parks in Germany. And for the last 30 years, we have always had the goal of make renewables so nature compatible as possible. We have to accept, and that is the first important point for us, that a wind farm or a solar park is at the beginning is always something which will have an impact on nature and maybe on the society as well. And so there is no big frustration coming from that, but you have to accept it. And whenever you start discussions with it's not so bad and it's not that. No, that is the worst thing what you can do from our experience at the beginning of a discourse, since you have to accept, yes, we have to change something. We do it for climate change reasons. We have to work on a better future, and let us find a solution to make the impact as less harmful as it is possible. In Germany, we have been quite successful with that. We have now 28,700 windmills in Germany and something around 40,000 hectares of solar parks, which sounds a lot, but that means that we at the moment have just 1% of the area is covered by wind farms, and 0.1% is covered by solar parks, and the government has the goal to double both of the areas. So we will have a continuation of discussion in the near future. At the end means that we have thousands of wind parks with a lot of bad cases in the past, especially at the beginning of building up wind farms. We have seen a lot of wind farms with negative impact on protected areas and on birds and raptors and storks and sometimes on bats. On the other hand, we have seen more very, very, very good examples, well planned, well made, in a good cooperation and co-design, like as Nina mentioned, with the local communities. And we have some ugly projects as well, where you end up in a situation with hundreds of lawsuits. So where there's nothing possible anymore, and that is the high risk of renewable energies when you do it not together with the region, when you've tried to do renewable energies against the region. Let's start with an overview about the different causes for local opposition. So we have on one side the environmental risks, and that is this part where we are as an NGO focusing most on it. You have the potential destruction or degradation of habitats and flyways. You have the collision of birds, insects, bats, and others. And you have the questions of noise, of the concrete in the soil, and all these other things. For all these topics, we have tons of studies now and tons of mitigation measures and things which you can do. So you could do only the environmental things in a rather scientific way of discussion. And on the other hand, you have these discussions coming up from the local population. Yeah, these are sometimes general. They don't believe in the human impact on climate, climate change deniers. Then you have people who have frustration about other decisions of the government. They don't believe in things coming up from Berlin or from the state capital. Then you have all these questions with regard to, is the value of my house changing? Do I hear noise at night? And so questions which you can answer in a very good way. And then, and that is the one where we are talking a lot about, you have these reasons and causes where we often say, that's just NIMBY, not in my backyard. And I think it's worth to look a little bit more into the details there as well. For sure, you have some rural fantasies and things which people have in their mind on one hand, but we shouldn't underestimate that we have a lot of rural regions where the local population has a very strong emotional binding to their homeland. For generations, they grew up there, their grandparents grew up there, and every change there is really a big change for their whole family and for everything what is important to them in their life. And so I always say that is something more different than these NIMBYs which are against everything, and we should look into the ways how to deal with it. Because it's possible to find compromises, And the low-hanging fruit is, from our point of view, the good spatial planning. So that means that you, at the regional level, sit together and say, let's identify, let's find the places and the areas where the conflicts are small. You don't find an area without any conflicts, that's clear, but let's find them where the conflicts are small. And then the second point is you have to be very transparent about all that. And if you bring that together, and then you can have good examples and progresses like we have in Schleswig-Holstein. That is the German state in the north, between Baltic and North Sea. They managed to build up to 3,000 wind mills within 10, 12 years without a single lawsuit from the environmental side. Just about spatial planning. They had their discussions in the spatial planning processes, yes, for sure, but they always managed to find a compromise, so that was really a good progress then, and 3,000 turbines in 10 to 12 years is really something really important for the transition of the energy system. If you're talking about small conflicts, and then the link of coming from the regional level to the local level, then it's important again to go back to these NIMBY or not NIMBY reasons for opposition. It's always important to accept, okay, we come here and we want to change all the things which you are used to. So let's be open about that. And we accept that you are against this and that you are a little bit angry about it and that you have many, many questions. Let's find a model where we sit together and that we can where you can ask your questions, where we can give you the answers. And let's make it clear that it's completely okay to be skeptical at the beginning. All these communication, and Stefan Kapferer mentioned that in the session before lunch as well, where we come up in the situation, okay, we are coming here, we are fighting and combating climate change, and if you're against this, you're just having understood the urgency of climate change things and so on. That will not be helpful, and that is then something what is making the problems bigger than smaller. And what is important for these local discussions as well is that you have to have the driving forces of the social system in the discussion. So you have to have the mayor or the members of the local county parliament or the good representative of the wind farms. You have to have them there, and it's not that you have some just people from the authorities coming, explaining a little bit. You have to have people who take leadership role on that and say, we have to do it and trust me, and that is the way forward. Whenever we don't have these leadership in the room or these change agents in the room, then the discussions will become very, very hard and tough, and they will take longer. In these discussions, and I have done that dozens of times, you have sometimes this very upset atmosphere, and you will be booed out and so on. But it's important always to try to get at least 70 to 80% of the people to think about all that what you are talking about. You will maybe not reach out to 100% agreement, but I mean, you have to have, or your goal has to be, from my point of view, that you have at least 70 or 80% of people who said, yes, it is maybe a good idea, I don't like the change, but under the circumstances, it is important that we do something, because then your democracy at the local level is stable, then the mayor is not in danger to lose the next election, then you will not end up with hundreds of court cases, and that is the goal which we all have to have. And in these transparency and openness is as well the case that you have to co-design, like Nina mentioned. It's important sometimes just to change the area and the location of one single wind turbine away from the village, put it on the other side on your wind park, and then you can have a little bit more agreement on that. From these basics and fundamentals, which we have to use normally for everything what we do in the rural regions, we have to go to instruments. As I said, is these round tables and written agreements at the regional level can be a very successful and powerful instrument. We have many states in Germany where NABU and other environmental NGOs, together with the wind company associations and the local governments and the state governments, have a written contract at the end and say, we agree on the criteria for how we identify the areas, we agree on the target, so we want to have 2.2% of the area in Lower Saxony, for example, or we agree on specific measures for the protection of protected areas or for birds and so on. That is very, very helpful. This helps to have a very positive calming down effect on the environmental side in the local communities. And then in the stakeholder dialogues, it's important to really get input from outside. And in Germany, we built up a competence center at the national level for nature conservation and renewables, where you can call them and ask them for advice. They send you some scientists for your stakeholder dialogue in the public and the local village. They can provide you or give you hints for good facilitators. It's important to have good facilitators for such a local dialogue, otherwise it can really run out of everything. And so I think here for the discussions in the Baltic states, these kind of competence centers and expert platforms can be a good next step here for the discussions. And the last point is, especially for these kind of people who have really a deep link to the landscape, invite them to help with the compensation. So very often you build a wind farm and then you say, okay, we reforest an area, or we have to build up a hedge or something. Invite them, make it a public event. Let them feel that they can do with their own hands something for the future of their landscape that makes them happy and helps helps for the discussion about the wind park, but helps as well the mayor for running the society a little bit in his village. So think about these not only co-design but co-implementation of tasks. And my last slide are the key messages. Start with the communication at the earliest point in time, whenever you normally think, oh, maybe I need a little bit more to do, but no, start that. Be reliable and be transparent. So you can easily talk about costs and how much energy you have to produce with a wind park. Otherwise, it's not affordable. But I mean, be reliable then when you say, okay, I have to have this farm with this amount of energy, and then you can't come up half a year later with the doubled amount of energy. And then last point, use and the pool of experience, invite all the people from the regions to take care of their landscape and bring all the information to you in the planning process here around the project. So thank you very much for this. I'm looking forward to a good discussion, and I hope we will learn a lot for the ways here in the future in the Baltics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So basically now you kind of answered all the questions of the panel, so we can go. But we have 1 hour, and organizers of the conference provided me a very exact list of what I have to achieve during this conference. So by the end of our panel, all wind parks are being built, no problems at all. So everything is solved. So whatever was not solved for 20 years will be solved during the next hour. So that's, again, gentlemen, no pressure. But let's start with kind of analyzing that slightly and step by step. So one thing, so Ion Burkhardt works in many regions, right? And and you kind of see different approaches, different realities in all the regions you go to. Is it really very different, or the kind of the roots, how it's composed, opposition, position, resistance, dialogue are more or less the same everywhere?
First, I think you missed all the topics for and tasks for this session. Not only solve it for Latvia, also for Germany, please.
Yeah.
So I liked very much, and I learned a lot from you, Jörg Andreas, by your presentation. And what we experience, not only in different countries that we are, but also within Germany, very different situation, and between, and maybe also time-wise. 10 years ago it was different from now, and not everywhere around. It's also very local driven. And when you mentioned the project management and the importance, which is absolutely crucial as a project manager, to communicate, to be reliable, to be transparent, I think it's also the same for politicians. So we all are voters and we all give politicians a mandate. And so 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it was a clear mandate: go for energy transition, care for the climate, go for decarbonization. So, and if we vote this government, we also need local and regional politicians to strive for this and to be also transparent and communicate and take the lead, as you mentioned. If you have a local or a regional politician who says, yes, we are for 100% and not even 2045, even 2040, but not here, then you should not wonder that you have not in my backyard discussion. So this opportunistic approach to say, and you find it very often in the same political party, and I have recognized it within all democratical parties in Germany, that you have the global ambition and complete different local approach. In some cases, even from the same person. This is really astonishing. Striving on the transformation faster and more ambitious than everyone else, but not in this area here. And then you hinder as a voter, as a citizen, of course, then you are against. Therefore, you need also the transparency and the leadership as a politician, and as a party and as a government, and then we as society need to accept it. So we as E.ON have changed our business model completely from a fully integrated utility company producing from conventional power plants energy, meanwhile completely for the energy transition, for grid and infrastructure and customer solutions in many European countries. And we depend on the energy transition. Without energy transition, we are lost. And we changed ourselves, and the same is also necessary a bit from society. And then, of course, it comes, as you mentioned, to the necessary buy-in, to participation, to transparency, also from us as a utility company, to be open and transparent. And we learned, I think, also a lot, maybe you know it better than our internal view, that the approach maybe 10 years ago was maybe more, we need to get the things done and don't discuss too much with the publicity. On the other hand, there also should be, I think, somehow a limit in the possible right for blocking things. And we spoke a lot now about photovoltaic and especially windmills. We have this problem also with grid connections. Even in an existing grid, if we need to expand the existing grid, that we have court cases against it and are not able to connect a wind farm to a grid because the capacity is finished and finalized, and more than 10 years of law case against just an existing overhead line. This is hindering, and therefore also society needs to limit somehow the possible blocking rights. It is the binding of the people to the land, yes, but in some cases we need also to see society. And if we want to have energy transition, then we also need to make it happen. And on the way, we need to integrate, and we also need to balance who earns what, and the people who are affected by the impact needs to benefit somehow, but should not have the right to block anything. Yeah.
Thank you, and I think you mentioned that case of a person being opposing his own decisions. That's very common. So that's I guess people who come from Latvia recognize the situation very well. So I think I think there are a lot of similarities of pattern. Yes, there may be some specific narratives, like it was explained in presentation, something which is very particular for local community. But at the end of the time, the kinds of the principal scenario of the role play is the same, right? Morgan's in the beginning, Nina mentioned democracy is a kind of a democratic principles, and you are representing 400,000 members in your cooperative. So for me, it's pretty democratic. What's your perspective on that? What is your perspective about this opposition, the source of opposition, and how, and we can definitely expand into this next topic. How do you deal with the opposition?
Yes, and thank you. Just to explain, the few of you in the room who Andel is, I don't know if you are familiar with the company. It is a cooperatively owned company in Denmark, the greatest or the biggest company into energy and also fiber optics infrastructure. So we have actually 3 business units. One of them is, which I'm responsible for, is the renewable, where we are building solar panels and onshore wind and power to X and batteries, and also facilitating offshore wind. And then we have a business unit concentrating on grid connections, which means that we are facilitating the DSO, the distributed connection for the grid. And then we have a third business unit, which is more consumer-based, where we are dealing with infrastructure for electrical vehicles and also energy consumption. So we actually covers all of the value chain here, and we are a group that are owned on a cooperatively basic. That means that all the residents in Zealand, the eastern of Denmark, actually have a share into this company. Of course, that gives us a lot of backing when we are talking about neighbor engagement and community engagement, and the very good points here. But I think our lessons right now, and I can only speak on behalf of our company, and the natural of Denmark is that when we ask people around us, are they against or are they not against, or are they happy with the infrastructure and renewable energies, windmills, wind farms on the land? Actually, 93% of them do not see any disturbance when they live very close to this. So there must be 7% that actually have tried it on their own body, that are the voice of the town. And it only takes one headline in the newspaper or one post on Instagram to support that. So how do we deal with that? And we actually made a survey both in 2023 and we repeated it last year again, where we facilitated the opportunity for households to come out and live near a onshore wind farm. Then we take it from perception to fact, and I think that's actually one of the dimensions in your question here. And actually it showed a very high positive impact for the people that has been out living it. Actually, we had the first campaign, we had over 1,200 bookings for getting out living. I think every hotel here in Riga would be more than happy to have that many bookings for one night. And the 2 years after here, last year, we have more than 2,000 bookings. And on the social medias, we have more than 2 million positive response on this campaign. So that's one of the angles in it, I think, is to come from an information perspective where you take perceptions into fact and have a fact and information-based conversation instead of what you just have rumors and what you think is right. So that is one of the key elements. The other is trustworthy dialogue. I think that was a very good point of view that you presented here earlier in this debate to facilitate this debate. Is trustworthy information. Will there be shadows from a windmill? Yes, of course. Will there be noise? Yes, of course. No doubt about that. But can we cope with it? Yes, of course. We can do that. But take these discussion in an open-minded way, and that leads me to the third point here in this beginning remark, and that is to actually listen to what has been said, because if we as developer do not listen, and if we as a group do not listen, then it'll be the mayor's problem in the daily supermarket when he meets the neighbors and the communities, and when he meets them at the football court in the weekends. So if we do not listen and take that responsibility, then it will hit back to us as a boomerang. And when we listen in our company, it's about how we make the design, the layout of the design, and early involvement, yes, but even though not only early development, but also implementing these kind of good ideas that are coming up. And I must say that, especially in Denmark, I don't know about all the other countries in Europe and here in the Baltic, but I think that if we go a few years back, it has more been the Wild West for developers because of high margin and everything. So what we feel, or what we see when we come out right now as a developer, is that we need to really overload the information to gain that respect as developer. And of course, as a cooperatively owned business with 400,000 shareholders, then they will pick up the phone when we call them, if I should say it that way.
Mm. Mm? Thank you. And you see, you mentioned you open, so each of you open up kind of a dimension we can spend hours in talking about, starting with conflicting political messages or divisive ideas or social media use for kind of attracting more attention to whatever kind of information people want to share. And that's true. So all this exists, and I guess we will not be able to solve all of that, but it's good to mention. But here is one enterprise which works in Latvia, and I hope you represent that enterprise, which is strategically important, not just for municipality attached to that, but for the country itself, as a very big energy consumer, as a company which is also very much connected with our hub infrastructure, so seaports of Latvia, as far as I understand, somehow switch to cooperation with you, and all that together. So you are important for the country nationally, but how do you deal with local issues? How do you cooperate with the municipality locally?
I think it's one of the most important topics we have. We always want to be a good neighbor. Maybe for those who don't know us too much, and what we are mainly talking about now is, so we are the only cement plant here in Latvia, and we have a long history here, and we produce around 1 million ton of cement, and a lot of that goes into export. So we are one of the biggest exporters as well. And what we produce as well, and that's to the point now, probably also from this discussion, we are producing around 800,000 tons of CO2 every year. So we are, of course, the biggest, one of the biggest CO2 emitters in Latvia, and that's why we want to go now the next step and to decarbonize our plant. And there it's of course as well a huge expansion of the plant we are planning, which is mainly the carbon capture is one part, but then the other part is the carbon management. So what to do with the CO2 after we have caught it from the flue gas. And for that, of course, now we started very early to really communicate what do we want, what do we do, but also why we are doing it. And I think that's very important. And I liked a lot what was said at the beginning. You need to be early. I think that's important, that there are not any rumors coming up, and you need to be transparent. So you need to really tell the people what we are doing. And then we also we made a decision a few years ago already. We want to decarbonize, and that's also part of our roadmap to decarbonize in the Schwenk group. And around 2 years ago, we started to inform public about it, the government, but also then the local stakeholders. we are informing, and we said, okay, what we are planning, why we are planning it. We started actually as well to include the community first, tell them what are the plans. Then in the last year, first half of the year, we invited all major NGOs actually in Latvia to visit our plant, present again what do we have in mind, what is coming up, what is the size. And actually we started with a small model of what we are planning now as a new investment, which is more or less doubling the size of our plant, was quite significant. And we had like a carpet size model of what we are planning. And then in the next step, now middle of last year, we were opening a pilot plant, which is catching around 2 tons per day of CO2, which is more or less the size of this room, I would say, covering. And then we said, okay, and then the next step will be, it's about 1,000 times bigger, because we need to catch 2,000 tons per day. And of course, it's not so easy for everybody to imagine what it means 1,000 times bigger, but it shows as well the magnitude. And yeah, and we were invited for this opening of this pilot plant as well. The public, we had the honor to have the Prime Minister there, but also the local government was there, the Subtitles municipality. And I think that this helped now really to be very transparent. And now, of course, the next steps which are coming up is that we do environmental impact assessment and all these things, but we were trying to do a lot of things before that already.
Thank you very much. And just to close the loop, there was a discussion in the previous panels about financing. So European Bank on Reconstruction and Development is definitely about financing, but they kind of lean sorry they solved it all in the previous panel. But still, we have the opportunity to say something. And I think you represent EBRD Green Cities. And in the conversation with me, you used the word holistic, which people use no matter what is the situation. Could you explain what is holistic for you? What EBRD Green Cities means in the holistic way?
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be on this panel. So yes, I'm from the EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We are a regional bank which spans a number of regions. One of them, a very important one, is the Baltics. And within that organisation, I am in the project team, and I now lead a programme called Green Cities, which focuses on investing in cities. And just going to that first question about the joined up approach, what EBRD does through this programme is look at the needs of the city holistically. So we will work with a city and deliver what is known as a Green City Action Plan. And in that Green City Action Plan, we will look at the needs of the city in terms of water, transport, waste, energy, and identify the key projects. So maybe the best thing to do is to give you an example of how this works, because we have a network of cities across our region, 60 cities. One of them is very close to here, it's in Vilnius. So we worked with Vilnius on the first green sustainable project, and that was the financing of electric trolley buses. Just looking at this whole energy piece as well, what we would typically do when we're looking at a project like this is also have a look how we can incorporate solar solutions as well, so rooftop solar on depots. We didn't do it in Vilnius, but we do it in many other geographies. So on the basis of that, this sort of city commitment, EBRD undertook a Green City Action Plan, which looks at both mitigation solutions and resilience solutions as well. So based on that Green City Action Plan, energy efficiency in buildings, which I don't think much has been said about, but that is the other side of the equation. And following that, we supported retrofitting of a large number of public buildings, both in Vilnius and other parts of Lithuania, and that was done in collaboration with the EU Net Zero Cities initiative. So also I need to talk about I'm going to talk about the financing, and I'm going to talk about this all-important consultation. At the end of the day, it's that people matter. So, I mean, EBRD, we are lucky because we have both public and private sector lending housed under the same roof. So in the city space, and I think it all comes down to what's been said about this empowerment of the city, we want to work with the city. We want to work with the utility company, whether it be public or private sector. So at one end of the spectrum, not so much in this region, but we will lend to the city, but through the sovereign. What we will typically do in the Baltics is that we will lend directly to the city or to a utility company, whether it be public and private. So if I can just go back to that Vilnius trolley bus, because I think that's a very good example of how we work. So that was a loan to the bus company against a PSA, so that was an obligation from the city. And also we are a sort of a quasi-development bank as well, so we were able to bring in a concessional loan, and there was also a grant portion to that. We can also do bond issuance as well, and just connected to this whole energy piece, EBRD supported a bond issuance in Zagreb, and there it was a sustainability-linked bond, and one of the KPIs is linked to building up renewable energy in Zagreb. So I think what I'm saying to you here, we do sort of holistic, wide spectrum of financing. Energy is very important to that. I know that Nina spoke about solar, localized solar, and we have supported that on a number of occasions, including in Gaziantep in Turkey, and also we're looking at localized hydro in Tbilisi. And then this issue of stakeholder engagement, involvement of the community, key for infrastructure, triggers many sensitivities. So, and so I picked up what Andreas said about engaging the community early. And when we are undertaking these green city action plans, so sort of low carbon pathways, also with a increasingly with a strong resilience and nature element, we will involve the community throughout that process. So it's these projects are not even at pre-feasibility stage, so it gives the community the opportunity to air its views. And I'll just say one last thing. When I was one of two people who pioneered green cities 10 years ago in 2016, no surprises, after the 2015 Paris Agreement. And we focused very much on a methodology to identify investments. But as the program has gone along, the stakeholder engagement element of what we do, it's become increasingly important.
Thank you very much, and this is a reaction to your presentation. So you can definitely add something more, but you can you'll listen to what were the initial reaction to what you said, and I guess there is a lot of things you can add additionally to what you already mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to hear that we all more or less agree about that. Things have changed, coming out of Wild West time for developers, and really bad examples. We have now a broad and shared understanding how important it is to listen to the people, to go directly in the discussion there, that we have to have this leadership of politicians at the local and regional level. Otherwise, it's really not easy to fight for something like that. And I think we can go now a little bit more into the details of how should the quality be, and do we need different approaches for different regions. When we see the recent developments in Germany, then we say we have areas of the country in the north where you have already 5 to 6 or 7% of the area is covered by wind farms. And some of these areas are still interested in having more, and others say, come on, is that still the fair share of burden which we have here, if you compare that to the south of Bavaria, for example, where we have almost 0 wind farms and renewables. And that is something what you can't solve at the local level anymore. And that means it brings it back to the federal level, or to the, at least to the state level. And then you have these differences with the local with the involvement, financial involvement of people. We had a time up to 2015, 2016, where many wind farms were financed by people from the regions, farmers, but as well models where you have hundreds of shareholders. Now we see that we need more and bigger money. The wind farms are much more expensive, the grid costs and so on. And so that means these involvement of the local investors is going down a little bit, institutional investors stepping in the scene. And that is important as well. But how can we hold a kind of minimum quality and an opportunity for private people who want to have a kind of revenue of that? I mean, the revenues of the municipalities is a different story, but the private revenues are important as well for the acceptance.
No, absolutely. And I am an economist by training, so of course I am I want to ask you a question: how much should I receive if someone builds something in my backyard? But I guess this is a question which is kind of impossible to answer, right? But this is something generically on Instagram what people ask. So how much will I get? How do I address the reactions of public like that? If the question is very simplistic, it's not a very sophisticated question. I just want to know how much.
Yeah, that is not easy to answer. And I mean, we are happy that we have in Germany now at least a regulation for the municipalities. So that's 0.2 cent per kilowatt of energy. Before we had these official regulation, we had more informal solutions like the kindergarten or a donation to a sports club or something like that. That raises then concerns about compliancy and all the other things. But to start with paying people for things which are in the interest of the public, of the whole society, that opens the box of Pandora.
Yes. Yes, thank you, and totally agree, Jan Andreas and Jörg Andreas, and I just want to to comment on your points here that, and there's actually a feeling of commenting a lot of the good decision here and discussion. One thing first is that we made a survey in Denmark saying that if we were supposed to build a solar panel farm or a wind farm near to or close to neighbors, communities, what is most important for you? Is that compensation or is that information? And actually information and involvement was much higher than compensation. We have a regulatory framework or body in Denmark that ensures that, of course, it's not the farmers, but the near neighbor that will be compensated. I think you have the same system in Germany as well, and perhaps also here. And we were actually willing to double that, but they didn't want it. They want to be more involved in the programs. Yeah. And what we see now, and what we see more and more due to especially critical infrastructure that obtains a lot of landscapes, not in the cities, not in the suburbs, but in the outskirts, is that why are we going to use our land for energy that are used into the big cities? Why are we going to facilitate that? And why can't you just have solar panels on your rooftops and so on? One of the discussions that we try to put into that is integrating the systems so that we not only build a solar windmill or wind turbine or a solar park, we will make system integration with a small power-to-X plant and a battery so that we secure local resilience but also secure local works and thereby support the mayors and the city council in that this creates actually jobs. It's not only to support the cities consuming of or the big industry areas consuming of green energy. Yeah, so that was just to put a new perspective on this.
No, it's very helpful, and thank you for being alive, because I guess that's exactly what we need right now. At this moment of our segment, I think what we learned just now, and I guess your reaction was very quick, and I'm grateful for that. Just giving money away doesn't solve the problem, right? So you still can be very opposing that, but okay, you accept the money, but then the next project comes and you are opposing even more because you want more money.
You
So it never ends.
You're incentivizing NIMBY protests.
Yes. This is one statement from our panel, which I guess we all agree. We are not giving money away. So that's not how it works. That shouldn't how it works. But let's explore other way of being engaged in the project. Not just being informed about the project, which is crucial and super important, but how you can have this part of ownership of the project. Not obligatory economically, but by any means. How you can feel that this is your project. Yes, there is a guy in the government who says this is a nationally important project, blah, blah, blah. How can I feel it? How can I understand that this is my project?
I think a bit building on what was said, I think maybe not, it's not money, I think, but I think information can be as well a currency. And if you really inform people what's in for me, which is not money, but which can be also topics of energy independence, what's the value? I think that's a value for the whole society. And then breaking it down, if we have energy independence and renewables, then project like our project can be done, because without renewable energy, we can't do our carbon capture project, because we will use in the future around 5% of the Latvian electricity for our project. So it's needed to have additional sources. And then you can break it down. Okay, a cement plant in Latvia can only survive if we can export, but for export we need carbon reduced or carbon free cement, because we have the demand from the other countries. And then you can break down that you say, okay, you have energy independence, then you have a cement plant, you have concrete independence, which is important. You need concrete for green cities, for everything you want to build. And breaking it further down, you have new employees in the local region. We will increase our number of employees with that, and there will be a lot of industries, suppliers around us. And I think this story you need to tell. What is really in for me, which is not directly money, but I think a workplace is even more important, and not only for this directly affected people, but also for industries and suppliers around us. And I think that's really, this information is maybe the new currency.
Yeah, thank you. And Brooke, maybe...
One thing I wanted to add, what Lynn was mentioning about the green cities, it's a complete different aspect from discussing about the landscape, about windmills, photovoltaic, big projects, impacting landscape visibility and the people in the urban area and the cities. We also have quite a lot of experience together with municipalities or with cities, be it in Stockholm, Malmö, Berlin, London, and so driving decarbonization or green projects is really crucial and a very strong phase in many cities. But a bit similar to this, also the maybe the renewable projects, in some cases is also a question of data availability. So as a local community, not as a city, but as a region, do I have the data to know what in our local area is produced and consumed? Do I have a tool? So we produce for cities and municipalities apps that they have the data visibility, and this already involves the local politicians a bit more of driving and feeling also the energy change in their region, that they know this is happening here and not anywhere else. And this gives a bit more of involvement of the local politicians and trying to shape these things, and definitely it's also the feeling of being part of it. So if you know this is a wind farm and we are the consumer and there is a connection in between, or any contract in between, this also helps. So being a part of it, I think somehow a benefit is necessary, but not just what do I need to pay to get the consent. This cannot be the question, but on the other hand, just to say you have to accept it is a wrong case, and currently, or up to a short time ago in Germany, we had the funny, or not funny, but special situation that you had to accept higher grid fees in the regions with high renewables, because the connection costs are allocated to the local grid, and then you have higher grid fee. And this is really not the smartest way to get acceptance of the people. So it's also a question, and you mentioned it, is it a fair balance? So is it, if you feel it is fair enough, and in some regions in Germany, to be honest, when I'm in Bavaria, in a tourist area, or at the, some other places, and I don't see any windmill, maybe this is not fair. And in some regions, we spoke about them in Germany, it is really overwhelming, the windmills around there. I think then it is in a certain place also sufficient and enough, and not a question of, even more. There are producers and investors, they want to produce more, maybe better in another region, and it also reduces the necessary grid extension. So the feeling of, is it fair, is it balanced, and do we in some case be taken serious and participate?
Yeah, that's great. And yes, Lynn, please.
I mean, I just want to pick up on the point you made at the beginning about, we're talking here about investments at scale. So, so the Green Cities program, we have. So I am an infra banker. So I will put my cards on the table. I've been involved in transport projects a lot, and that's when I did deal a lot more with all of these issues, NIMBY, and then more latterly urban. So I have tried for 10 years to look at these sort of localized solutions, the localized solar, the rooftop solar, the energy efficiency in buildings. This is another dimension, and I would say 10 years down the line, we are now making headway with energy efficiency. So EBRD, in our small world, we are definitely financing a lot more retrofit of buildings. But in this, and this isn't a sector that I'm okay on energy efficiency in buildings, but the energy side, it's not my sector. But we have not been successful so far in this localized, surely a small, forgive my ignorance, a small localized solution. If we had more of those, then wouldn't it reduce the need for having a more sensitive, large wind farm or large solar? I mean, I would like your guidance actually on what I have done wrong over the last 10 years, because quite frankly, the only localized facility that we have been able to finance is the one in Gaziantep. Anyway, over to you, gentlemen.
So to expand it. So imagine if, at least on the level of the cities, we should not put the facilities of windmills somewhere in the regions, but we could build something,
do something
around
smaller,
the cities,
something just a bit. Why did it just something a bit smaller? And I think maybe that's part. Yeah, maybe that's part of it. It's smaller. Maybe it sort of addresses this issue a little bit of a community feeling that they have this huge facility and it's benefiting all those city goers. Rooftop solar, it just seems a little bit underexploited to me.
Maybe I can add some thoughts about that, since I mean we have seen a lot of progress. As we started with wind farms, the windmills had 750 kilowatt or something like that. Now we are talking about 5 megawatt or 6 megawatt least, or something like that, and there are the doubled in the height. But that means for the ecology that the impact on ecology is much smaller. I mean, it's a much more efficient use of area, and for you always have these conflicts with birds, and since they are so high now, they are higher than most of the birds are flying. So you have only a specific number of bird species which are not able to fly very elegant and so on, which are really in danger now. So from that point of perspective, that was good. So less area, less impact on threatened species. The noise is more or less the same topic. You have to have 700 meters distance to a village so that you can sleep at night. I think that is one point for these scaling up and coming away from these small and beautiful solutions which you all have in mind at the beginning. And then the amount. I mean, we are talking about the energy for Germany with all the factories, with all the industries which we want to hold in the country. And that means we have to be very efficient. And the same efficiency which we have to discuss for the energy system, for the grid system, and for railway and transport is something where we as environmentalists always ask we have to have that for the environmental side as well. And that comes together then in this green infrastructure, which we are discussing under the restoration law of the European Union and so on. And that all comes now to the rural regions. And the same mechanism, okay, they in the cities, they decide and they live their cappuccino life, and we are here, the hard workers in the rural countryside, we have to pay the bills for everything, and that becomes more and more topic, especially in Germany and in some parts of the north and the east at the moment. And how to solve that is a really big challenge for the politicians and for all civil society organizations, and there we should invest together.
I need a kind of, not exactly me, but as a Latvian citizen, probably I need a political advice. So imagine this country has a support of the government historically around 25%. So just we support the government, like 25% of the population support the government. That's the highest rate. So sometimes 30, but so we went on the street only once when the support of the government went below 9%. So we're also very patient. But we don't like them in the government. And so, because we are not a ministerial panel, I am allowed to say that. So what do we do if there is not a single person in the government I trust? So they can tell me as long as they want about the importance, national interests, national economy. I don't trust them. I maybe trust my neighbor, but in Latvia it's not common either. So maybe I trust one or another head of municipalities, but they feel it, and so they will be trying to be very protective of their reputation, not to be very associated with the government. So how do I solve it? And this is a small country, it's just less than 2 million people, but we have a huge issue with trust and leadership, which would bring the changes to the country which are very needed.
Yeah.
And you see, there are so many answers. So I should have asked that years before, but I was not easy.
Maybe I can add at least something, since I'm now 7 years here in Latvia, so I have two perspectives, and I know these numbers and this low trust in politicians, which I don't really completely understand. I mean, you have good politicians, and I think there are not anyone here, but I believe that you're doing okay. So, but I think what is really, and the same topic is, neighbors. I think you need to, and that's what I'm feeling, you need to build a network in Latvia, and that consists of neighbors, that consists of local politicians. You need to know, and at the end, then, as you say, Latvia is small, so more or less everybody knows everybody, and I think this feels to me it's important to play that network, to really be a good neighbor, inform the neighbor what you're doing, why you're doing it, and also use the network of NGOs, and they talk all to each other. I mean, that's the way how it can work. You need to spread through this semi-formal network the information, and then I think with that you can support as well the government to get acceptance. But yeah, I'm trying to deal with that problems in the last 7 years, and I think for me it looks like this network building is very important.
I think the mistrust or the lack of trust to national politicians also quite familiar, maybe with democratically very developed countries. It's nice to mistrust, and you also have the media that they try to find mistakes. I know years ago a story about flexible fee for kindergarten in Germany, where you yourself rank yourself what your income is, and that gives the money you have to pay for the kindergarten. And there was a very nice article in the media that says, oh, in this region, and it was one of the most rich regions in Germany, and that was the reason for the article, only one person is in the high rank, and this is just above the median of Germany. And this, funnily, is the local politician. And then they said, if you think local politicians earn too much, no. They are just cheated for every mistake. And I think it's easy to look for mistake in politicians and forgive in all rest of society every mistake they do. And once you change from business, from university or whatever to politician, you know what a shitstorm is. You know what really opposition is. And therefore, maybe if you know, and I think most know one politician and like them, but all those you don't know exactly, you mistrust. Maybe have a bit more trust in those.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I mentioned in the presentation as well, you have to have these local leaders in the room then, and that can be the mayor, that can be the entrepreneur. Sometimes in some regions in the south, it's maybe the priest. So in every region, you will find peoples of trust. And then take care of them. I mean, it's always easy to blame everybody for every mistake, but take care of them and don't blame and escalate all the time like it's... life is not an Instagram, I always say to the people. You have to live together for the rest of your life here, so be careful with your wordings and with your campaigns.
No, absolutely. And you know, just to say one personal experience, and I think it's what this country really needs. And you said it's very much the same feeling. So capacity building or team building is a kind of ability which is a bit missing here. So I know living abroad, so there is a Lithuanian community, there is a Indian community, Pakistani community, there is no Latvian community. There are around 100 and I don't know, almost 200,000 people living in the UK with Latvian passport. The communities are almost non-existent. If I am coming from the neighboring country and I am the manager, all my company will be that nationality. I haven't seen the same applicable to this country. And so this is one tragic example of how many people are outside. But the other thing, we are not very good in creating the communities here. And
is it tragic, or is it a sign of integration?
No, it's tragic in the sense that this country is 2 million and 200,000 are just in the UK.
Yeah,
so
but
this is bad. So I want them here.
Yeah, but okay, this is one thing. But the other thing, if you are in a foreign country, and don't have your national community, it can also be a sign that you integrate, that you take part in the country you are living in. I was for 3 years in Romania, and I was not looking for a German community. When I'm in this country, I'm living in this country and want to understand the people and live with them, and don't step back in my own area back again.
No, and that's pretty. But you're coming from a big country with a big language. So, for example, for this country, protection of the language, protection of the culture is super important. So, if you don't speak Latvian with anyone for 10 years, that's bad, because it's reintegrate back here is very complicated. So, I mean, but is it just an indication? It's not very scientific. But what I'm saying, then noticing personally, perhaps some efforts of protecting the communities which emerge would be needed. Some stimulus for cooperation between the people would be needed, and that would enable some kind of the processes we require. The difficulty probably is that for politicians it's not guaranteed that the communities will land up in the decision they favor, right? So if you support democracy, support the communities, sometimes you end up with a decision opposite you wanted to achieve when you tried to create the community. So this probably is another challenging issue for the politician to start the discussion. But to wrap our discussion up, and we can go on for a very long time with that, what would be your suggestion for a project developer? Apart from what's being said, so early information, early communication, transparency, anything else? What makes important to be considered when you address the project developer?
What sometimes can be helpful, but it's very expensive, is really to bring then, if you have already find an area where you want to do something, bring the people to an area where you have done something. Maybe in Germany, maybe in Lithuania, so that they see, okay, how do the people there? I mean, these peer-to-peer learning from the perspective of, I have been in the same situation 10 years before, and then they built up the wind farm, and it's still everything is good and fine, and we did this and that together. That can be helpful. We do that sometimes for large restoration projects, when you have all the concerns about water in the houses and so on, that we bring people then to a region where we have already implemented it. But it's a lot of energy and effort.
And I liked what Mogens said. I think it would not be a possibility for a big company like E.ON to invite people to live. But I like it very much, and it's very good for your example. If you have so many shareholders, if you are perceived as a community company or so, to say, come here, come to us, and look, as you mentioned, in this area. Better not E.ON to do this or other big companies, but a very good approach.
Thank you. Yes? Yeah, I have two perspectives to the closing here. One is that just to remind ourselves that this industry is still new. If you compare it to railways or highways, we know how they have been built. There is quite a known regulatory framework for it. If you ask the government or the citizens here or the cities, they are all learning, and we are all learning how to develop that, so have that respect and do not panic. We are still on a steep learning curve together, both the developers and the authorities, both the municipalities and the government here, and also the communities, of course. So that to divide facts from perceptions, I think that's one of them, and then make it a discussion, or not a discussion, but make it realistic and make it worthwhile for the communities. As mentioned before, try to work with the different kind of integrating projects that can serve the local communities instead of just supplying big cities and big industries, so that it is it's something that you can feel and then you can support and be proud of in the local communities. And of course, I think it's a common understanding here, early involvement and to be trustworthy in that. If it's to prepare a walking path through a solar park or panel park, then do it. If it's horse tracks, if it's a tower where you can look at birds and something, do it. It's very cheap compared with what it brings back to the local societies.
I think it's important, don't rush. I think that's important that you're not overwhelming the people, but really work according a clear plan. What are you plan to do, when, and how you will really inform people around you, the neighbors, and explain the why. That's, I think, always very important to explain why we are doing that and what's in for you. And then I think you really have also sensors in different parts of the society and different stakeholders to really see, okay, where opposition can come from and which arguments they might have, because the earlier you know the arguments, the easier it is to react on them.
Lynn?
So, of course, mine is getting a credible and strong financier. I mean, one, like EBRD, that has a strong mandate on green, a strong mandate on all the public consultation, an EBRD finance project. The rules need to be followed, and a good, a financier who has a connection with the government, who has some sort of political link. And actually, while you were talking, a country a long way from here, I happened to be at a high-level visit, and there was an issue that arose with a foreign company, something to do with tax, and EBRD was able to just have those conversations at the government level. So you need a strong, credible financier. Like EBRD.
Thank you very much. And one thing, I guess, which is also important, is to have more civilized discussions like this. Yes. So no one is calling anyone stupid, which is very popular in our society nowadays, and with the rise of social media. Before we completely close the panel, I know that there is a video prepared on behalf of Morgans, which we can now share to the audience. Hopefully, technically, everything is ready for that. And when you're ready, please start.
Stop nu med at bygge de tudegrimme vindmøller.
Hos Andel hører vi mange fordomme om vindmøller.
Så skide være med, at mennesker ikke kan sove for støjen.
Fordommen, der landet over sætter en stopper for vindmølleprojekter og store dele af den grønne omstilling.
Vindmøller er tåbelige og destruktive. Temmelig deprimerende at se på.
Men er det virkelig så slemt at være nabo til den, som folk tror? Det har vi spurgt nogen om, der rent faktisk ved, hvad de snakker om.
Mine tanker i forhold til, at der skulle være vindmøller herude, var jo en dyb bekymring for, at det ville komme til at forstyrre vores liv.
Og Lars var ikke alene om bekymringerne.
Som nogle søjler på den anden side af min hæk. De tænkte, det ville være ekstremt irriterende.
Men Jonas, han har et lidt andet syn.
Det virker meget dansk, det her med at lade navlepilleri stå i vejen for grøn innovation, som alle egentlig er enige om er en god ting.
Og Ole, han tager det helt meget roligt.
Lokalbefolkningen, de klager mere over, når jeg kører hen så meget ud, end vindmøllerne.
Vindmøllerne giver slet ikke de gener, som jeg var bange for.
Og med den grønne omstilling, vi har i dag, så synes jeg egentlig, det er... Ja, selvfølgelig skal de stå der.
Det er den vej, vi skal som samfund.
De generer os ikke, hverken støj eller lysmæssigt.
Man kan godt have vindmøller, og så have et dyrt samtidig.
Tror du os ikke? Så kan du nu booke et gratis ophold i et af deres hjem, og selv opleve, hvordan det er at være nabo til vindmøller. Andel. Grønnere fremtid for alle.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for this conversation.
Thank you, Juris, and thank you to all the panelists, as well as to Andel for the informative video. I think this was quite a powerful session, and a key takeaway that I could make out of this is that community acceptance is not just a box to tick, it's something that might as well become the fourth pillar of the energy trilemma, so something to consider alongside security, affordability, and sustainability, and it enables the three of these paradigms. So let us now break for coffee and return at 4:30 when we will have the grand finale of the conference, the ministerial panel. Let's be back on time, everyone. Thank you.
you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a very productive coffee break. But now we are back for the final and in many ways the most anticipated session of today's conference. All morning and all afternoon we have heard from utilities, regulators, investors, environmentalists and communities. Now it is time for us to hear from those people who will ultimately set the direction. Where do our energy strategies go to? What are the energy pathways of the Baltic states? So to chair this session, I hand over to Dr. Olga Bogdanova, Chair of the World Energy Council Latvia, Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Climate and Energy of Latvia, also Associate Professor of the University of Latvia, who has been the architect of this entire conference. Olga, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon after the coffee break, and this panel is really exciting because here we have 3 Baltic ministers on the one stage, and they will be eager to answer a lot of questions, what you probably gathered during all the day. We have very intensive sessions, different focuses, and I'm very excited to invite on the stage, well, I'll start with the host of this conference, co-host Mr. Kaspar Smelnis, the Minister for Climate and Energy of the Republic of Latvia. I'll continue with Andris Suts, the Minister of Energy and Environment of the Republic of Estonia. And of course, Žygimantas Venčiūnas, the Minister of Energy of the Republic of Lithuania. Amazing panel, please take your seats. So, all of us are interested what is waiting for us in the energy policy. And to make this discussion focus, not just very abstract like usually politicians like to turn it around, we prepared a small background information. So the status, what kind of generation capacities we have in 2026, so today, and what are the plans for 2030? Why we put 2030? Because, well, it was very complicated to fix the plans for 2050, because, well, definitely some of our strategies are developed for 2050, some of them will be updated soon, some of them are till 2035. But what we can see here, well, first of all, definitely you can notice that the biggest figures on the planned installed capacity belong to Lithuania. So we see that it is 70% increase on onshore wind. What we can also see that Latvia is lagging behind in wind, but at the same time is taking the leading part in the batteries, in the storage. And Estonia has also very ambitious aim for onshore wind, but at the same time comparing the figures, okay, maybe the difference is not that big, but actually the relative difference for solar panel is bigger than in the other Baltic states. However, if you put all those figures together, we see that actually the installed capacity is planned to be increased from 9.8 gigawatts till 19. It's a big jump. So let's try to understand what are the plans of each of the member states, the Baltic states, how we are going to achieve that, and which technology is going to drive this change. Well, I will start with you, Žygimantas, and actually you are in the energy sector for 20 years. I mean, leading this green transition, also looking at those amazing figures with renewables. You can know all that from scratch. So what are the plans for Lithuania?
Thanks for the question, and indeed, I think these things, what we have now seeing on the screen, is really have a long history besides and behind that. I mean that the main driver probably has been in 2018 when we have adopted new energy strategy for Lithuania, and it has been really clear political will to develop renewables as fast as possible, as soon as possible. Now renewables is like a base case scenario. At that time it was not so knowledgeable and not so easy. But I think the one side was quite clear that this has been political will. Then we have good permitting conditions. Also for the connection, solar, wind, and batteries, we are connecting to the same line all the different technologies, so the capacities are increased. And looking further, answering to your question, what is in the future? So this is in the future the same technologies, the solar and wind. And last year, 2025, was really incredibly successful for Lithuania and for the entire region, not only because of the Baltic states synchronization with the continental European networks, but also because of the development of renewables. And in Lithuania, we have achieved 2 gigawatts has been installed, I mean solar and wind together, just during the last year. So 1/3 of all the capacities has been installed last year, and we are moving on the same target. And now we have, of course, different challenges, I would say. Technologies are the same, solar, wind, and storage. It's very important. I'm looking to the numbers, and I do hope that even the target of 2030 will be nearby by the end of this year, because the target is to have at least 1 gigawatt by the end of this year. So trying to do whatever is possible to support the market participants, because the storage and the flexibility of the market is very important for us. For the balancing reasons of market of the Baltic states, for the price arbitrage, for the balancing of the solar and wind. But just to conclude the answer, the main issue is that now we have the challenge of the margins for the developers, because actually the price of the electricity in the current days is quite expensive because due to the cold winter conditions. But during the summertime is really relatively cheap in our countries. And that's why for the developers it's very difficult to attract the financing from the banks. That's why we're looking forward to make some flexibilities for them to be really on the stage and to move further.
Oh, thanks a lot for the answer. Well, Andres, I moved to your country, so what are the plans? Are you building a nuclear power plant probably, or how are you going to achieve all of that? And if it's enough, actually, maybe have even bigger plans for consumption.
Not by 2030 nuclear power plant, but it's true that we are preparing legislation and regulatory framework to be able to build a nuclear power plant, a small modular reactor, which could be at the best case scenario already in operation somewhere around 2035, so a bit further ahead of your schedule here. Of course, like Ziggy's already mentioned, we need in the region, and the region goes well beyond Baltics. It's the same with Finland, Sweden, also Poland. There is clearly a need to invest more in generation. So that's the most durable way to bring prices of electricity down. Indeed, the challenge is in financing. Yes, for consumer, it's a great news if price of electricity in the summer is 0 or negative, but who should invest? That's not how market works. So we need to basically move this sort of bottom a bit further up and then the peaks further down, so that we can get more stable investable corridor of electricity price fluctuation. So we will see, I think, very rapid deployment of battery storage, which is very similar to very rapid deployment of PVs back in 22-23 when prices were high. I think it's a great news as batteries have become much more competitive in price. It is all done against the market, so there is no subsidy. Then onshore wind, certainly the most promising. Here we have not unique situation. It has happened also in the Nordic countries earlier days, but you need to convince the local communities that having a wind park in your neighborhood is actually a positive, not a negative thing. So this is what we are working on, and it is our numbers are basically based on a forecast of consumption going to increase by 25 to 50% in 10 years, which I would say is rather on the conservative side. If we get things moving faster, I think also consumption will increase significantly. But I end where I started. We need more generation capacity in the Baltics.
Yeah, well, thanks. So, Kasper, we had very tough discussions in Latvia regarding the strategy for 2050. So, but if we speak about figures 2030, is the ambition appropriate? Whether the figures will meet, whether the path of development will be faster in the future, and what are your thoughts and the plans for the Latvian policy?
I would say even energy strategy, we have, I think, few different scenarios, because most of this we talk about is moving by the market price. And I would say we already know that this year we will reach more than our plan for 2030 in solar energy, definitely, yes. And we are, I would say, the numbers how it is about the wind power, and we see the huge potential, and we want more and move forward as fast as we can. And we've done a lot of work for last 2 years for registration, for more clearness with society to move forward. And the batteries is moving forward too, but most of them is behind it all, it's financing. And it's, we now talk about the private projects who are more going by because of the market moving forward. And we, even our energy, even we have a lot of discussions. Somebody wants more ambitious, somebody says it's too ambitious. Everyone don't start even discussion about the energy resource. Somebody wants solar. There was even discussion about the nuclear station at the same time, why it wasn't so small role in our energy strategy. But even there we are always is running. The more we have generation powers, that all we wanted is there will be cheaper energy. At the same time, we are hoping that will be the cheaper energy, will be more consumers with more factories opening. And always will be the balance. That we are, I think, all understand here that energy never be for zero. It will be the higher cost. And the lower cost, there is less interest to go to this market for generation powers. The higher energy cost, then there is less interest go for consumer part. And this always will be balancing.
Well, is it possible to get in Latvia the most competitive price in the Baltic states? And do we have any plans regarding the nuclear? It's an interesting question. I'll ask it also to Žygimantas afterwards. 3 nuclear power plants?
I would say definitely yes, we would love to have the lowest energy price in Baltic states, but I think at this moment we have all the same plans here. But at this moment I would say let the best one win, because we all know it. Each of us go for this goal, and it's move forward other ones, because we are looking how it's going and its impact on all prices or similar. But like I said, let the best one win, and I hope it will be us. But okay. But if somebody, I know that each of us will gives our own impact on energy price. But if we talk about nuclear, yes, it is in our schedule of the day. We're looking, but I think like most of the countries, we try to see the real project at this moment. There's a lot of questions without any straight answer about the cost of energy. That's one of the most important. If there are some investors who want to come invest in this project. And I would be honest, one more interesting question, if we talk about Latvia, we know that how hard the discussion is not in my backyard about wind projects. And I want to see the discussion about nuclear station, where will be in the, which country and where there will be the real place. And that will be the real hard discussion. And we all understand the nuclear, it's how much we have time for to build it? A lot, more than 20. It's not it's a long time project. But the energy chief, we want it already tomorrow, or I would say yesterday already we want it.
We'll continue with the timing. Žygimantas, in which year we are going to have a nuclear power plant in Lithuania?
Good question. You know, I have been working with another nuclear power plant project on Visaginas. And at that time it has been some very concrete plans to have in 2020. As we see, we don't have this. But I think it's good part of the story that we really have quite a plenty of renewables now. And the approach changed. I mean, really the case that technologies are developing. And now we have this small modular reactors, which are we all discussing that this could be a right option. On timing, I think it's quite clear that first of all, everybody is looking to the United States when the first reactors will be commercially available there, and when it will be on the market. And then in the EU, probably it will be the second row, because from the nuclear regulatory perspective, there are some differences, some tiny differences, but they have the impact for the time to develop the project. So our view is that we are evaluating the small modular reactors as a possibility to decarbonize some of the industries. And in principle, I would guess that not earlier than 2035. It might be the possibility, but on that, this is not mainly the question of the concrete years. This is the question about the trend. And Estonia is also moving very fastly on creating the framework for the nuclear, for the small modular reactors. I think we are on the same page. But I would like to answer also your previous question about who will have the cheapest electricity. So currently, the first fact is that we are really very interconnected. So all the Baltic states has a good interconnectivity level, one of the best, and thanks for the synchronization, we also synchronized. So that's why we are working in the same system. But from the capacities, what you have seen before, the biggest portion is produced in Lithuania. So that's why we are very thankful, and we are supplying this electricity also to Estonia and Latvia, because the issue is that we are importing traditionally quite expensive electricity, and we are exporting when it is cheap. This is the market trends. So we are here not in a competition, but we have the joint interest, and as we are interconnected, we have the same price for the electricity. So that's the fact, but the main element is this is like a chicken and egg dilemma, because it's important for our industries to ensure competitive price for the electricity, but when the prices are too low, there are no motivation for the investments. So that's why the storage is one of the solutions from the technical side, because then it will be equalize a little bit the price differences. Then we will have higher prices during the daytime and lower prices during the peak time when we are consuming this.
Right. Well, synchronization project, of course, was already mentioned. Yeah. Let's move to the security part of our panel. Well, again, a lot of congratulations for this amazing project, but well, what the audience asks very often, so it was secure, living in a big Brel system, and then we disconnected and connected with the continental European network. Well, Kasper, I'm turning to you. So how could you characterize the security of the current system, whether it became stronger or maybe to some extent weaker, and especially taking into account this very cold winter, and a lot of our guests are very, well, shocked and frozen today, but so how could you characterize, well, is it safe today or still a lot of work to do?
Definitely it's safe today. It's safer than was previous. And one aspect that we maybe don't talk today is previous, we have still some possibilities that somebody could switch it off from the grid, from the system. And that was threats, but basically still was like possibility. And now at this moment we show after this year, the first flow, that everything is secure, it's stable. The system, I would say, even worked better than previous. Very important we see that our prediction about the costs is this, it is even cheaper than it was predicting. And it's very important at the moment that systems, of course there's a lot of things that to make improve. Of course we still have some risks about cyber attacks and physical attack. It was previous the same, but and you have all the time what to improve. But now at the moment I'd say yes, we are safe. Even that shows even in the cold winter the system is stable. We can see here the electricity is stable. That's most important. But now we more concentrate about generation powers. It's very important to independency, to produce our own energy as more as we can.
Right, and I guess security was one of your highest priorities when you took this role of the minister, and I think that you can be very proud and happy having this milestone and a very change of the synchronous zone.
Yes, of course, but I think that's maybe other part of the coin, because it was so smooth. not all understand how big step we did it. I think that there is some problems with electricity, and we have a lot of discussion why there was a problems, who is fault, but the project was really perfect. It was faster than was timing. It was the same financing as we was expected, so it's very important. And from some points, even just thinking, because it's so smooth, it's our own not really understand how was this important step. But most of the society, we even don't notice anything to change. Only the people who are in this whole process involved from the beginning, they understand how huge. If you ask it question for people who are in the system, they say it's a huge step, totally different. We make it something approximately impossible for 10 years previous. But now it looks like everything is okay. So it's two parts of the coins.
Yeah, people always have something to complain about. Too smooth, no attractions, but energy people are very happy that it went smooth. Okay, well, but everybody, I guess, noticed that time to time there are some accidents with cables in Finnish Gulf. So we noted there is a trend. Some ships with their anchors, to catch some cables and disrupt the energy system supply. Well, it makes us nervous in the last years. And Andres, you're located just near the Fingal or on the Fingal. So could you please share your feelings with that? Or how serious is the problem? And are we doing something with that?
I think it's fair to say that the world around us has become much more hostile since Russia launched a full-scale war in Ukraine. And in a way or another, all these incidents are related. Undersea infrastructure used to be off limits. I mean, this was something that nobody was touching, but it's no longer that way. And that's why everything what we do need to have a clear resilience and security focus. And this is where we invest a lot of time, also money. And I think it's important that we do it jointly. So it's not one country's exercise, it's also a European project. So securing undersea connections in the Gulf of Finland is certainly a joint effort by Estonia and Finland, not only in the field of energy, but also defense forces and many other authorities. But it's also involvement of our allies, and this is, I think, how it should be. So maybe something that it's a bit like with synchronization, that you don't notice if things are working. And the same thing is with critical infrastructure in general. If the things are working, everybody's happy. If things don't work, then life, let's be honest, stops. No electricity, no heating, no water. I think we oftentimes just forget how essential and vital the supply of electricity is. And that's why we are also very happy that we jointly secured the funding with Poland and the Baltics from CEF, Connecting Europe facility, to upgrade critical infrastructure resilience. And the entire project of synchronization was also a resilience building exercise. So you asked earlier, was it safer before? I think it's actually a great question, because there was a lot of perception that things in the world are safe. And this perception was, frankly speaking, misperception. And that's why we should learn from the past and invest now much more. And it's not only undersea cables, it's protecting also physical infrastructure on the ground. Cyber resilience was already mentioned here. It's equally about stockpiling of certain equipment, spare parts, that if something breaks, we have something as a replacement at hand, not dependent on anybody's delivery times. And also having repair capabilities, particularly for undersea infrastructure, so that we can do it as fast as possible. But it's also fair to say, if an undersea cable or interconnection is broken, fixing it takes months, even if you have everything. So that's also the reality, and it creates a lot of disturbance to everybody. We estimate the cost to a society was close to 200 million for the reason that the cable was broken. And this is also a reason why a shadow fleet, Russian shadow fleet, needs to be sanctioned and kept away. I mean, yes, it could be like bad sailing habits or inexperienced sailors, but that's no excuse. If you are not experienced, then you should be at the bay. But we have learned a lot, and we invest a lot now also in the learnings, so that we can make sure that we have better capabilities to deter, better information and situational awareness. But all that said, you cannot never bring this risk to zero. Accidents still can happen, but you need to be prepared, and this is what we do.
Right. You also mentioned those dependencies and, you know, different cooperation with other countries. I would like to ask Dr. Gemantis, so for years Lithuania was really suffering of import dependency, probably even higher than the other well, not members, but Baltic countries, because, well, in Latvia there was historical hydro cascade and CHPs in Estonia, shale oil. In Lithuania, after the closing of the nuclear power plant, there was a very high deficit. So now you mentioned also this political will probably also comes from the wish to not to face it again. But what about the situation now? Is it possible to eliminate dependencies and developing the renewables? Of course, we do understand that critical minerals in the world are also polarized in the world somewhere. So what's the general mood and feeling about the dependencies? Do you feel safe from that point of view?
Very good question, and here I would point to your previous sentence concerning the import dependencies, and this is really the case that I'm always raising the question to myself. The question is: this is our destiny, or this is our responsibility as a region to be the first within the EU? What I'm mentioning this is we have been the first who have just stopped the supplies of Russian electricity, then oil, finally gas. So this has been our destiny to do that and our responsibility to do that. Now, as Andres has been saying, this is our responsibility to be the first in the EU to really take care for the critical energy infrastructure, and this is a very important element. As we have been classical energy security definition, there are three main aspects. This is security of supply, this is the sustainable development, and this is the competitiveness. But now I think in the current days, in the middle of that triangle, we have to put the critical energy infrastructure, because this is very, very important. And I really, just to repeat that, it's really a success for our region that we have received the financing, but now we have to continue that and to deliver, and that's why we are working on this jointly together with Poland. But answering to your question concerning the dependencies, absolutely, this is the question that going to renewables also, I mean, the key, this raw materials and the things which we are importing, mostly this is from China. I mean, this is the solar panels or inverters or windmills. And in the EU, we have quite the understanding is clear. Just recently, 2 days ago, European Commission President said very clearly that we have to make operational made in the EU concept. But the problem is that the capacities are not there, and we have not enough of the capacity. So always we have to try to balance, but my message here is quite very simple, that we have to take care and to secure the most critical elements. And this is about the remote controllability of the systems. To put the example, this is about the question how we are ensuring the security of the solar PV generation. And I do understand also in Estonia we have good experiences and practices. In Latvia, in Lithuania also we have introduced the law, and this is forbidden even to build the solar PV or windmill or the storage, which is higher capacity than 100 kilowatts, in case there are possibility for the remote controllability. And this is very important element, because of course we cannot be naive. Still we will be relying on supply from China or whatever countries, but what we need to take care, this is about the protection of the cyber security, as well as taking the control of the systems. As we took the control of our system and the management of the dispatching all the network, also we have to take this control on the smaller scale.
Well, amazing picture about the security, but let's try to move to the sustainability factor. The World Energy Trilemma draws security, affordability, and sustainability as an aim to get a good balance. And this way we can achieve also the long-term successful implementation of aims. So, Kaspars, I move back to you. So, how do you see the match between different sectors, how they can find some kind of synergies? You know that in Latvia there is this La Flora project, or are there any sectors in the economy that could benefit economically from the transition process, at the same time, of course, helping sustainability? So whether there is a conflict between sustainability and economic benefits?
I think the balancing is not the real question. I think that what I suggest is look wider. We can take, there's a lot of great ideas. The same, we see the wind park projects in La Flor, where you see the benefits for economy, for society, local who are, and new jobs. And the next projects is going because there is a wind project there. But we take a different sector like the same, I don't know, biomethane. You can see there could be benefits for agricultural sector, benefits if you're using in transport sector, and there's a possibilities. And at some point, I really think we need to look wider. And there isn't a lot of, you find a compromise. There's a lot of benefits, and if you came with the project with wider, just a simple one, but we're talking like, as the same as we know, we see the huge challenging for solar parks, for the summer balancing. But at the same time, if you put in the same solar panels with battery, it's already have totally different impact to the market. So I'd say we must look wider. We don't look for one sector, and for politicians who are making, we must look for not only our sector, but in different sectors, how you make the impact or other sectors. And mostly you can cooperate with different sectors to get better benefits for all. Because at the end of the day, it's very important how will be the impact made for society, for people, and how we improve their life. And for them, it's or we improve transport sector, energy sector, everything needs to be improved. So I'd say it's my suggestion, look wider, and for those projects who make impact for the same time as local society who are living there. And that's possibilities, and that's our responsibility to explain for everybody what will be the impact for everybody.
Well, you mentioned transportation sector. I think it worries all the European Union. What kind of linkage between economic aspects and the sustainable transition you see as a possibility in transportation sector?
When we now start working with the transport sector, understand that the transition to something go forward. And at this point, we see opportunity. Like we take just small Latvia, each day we pay for fossil energy resource about 5 till 7, 10 millions a day. So if you look whole year small, we talk about more than 3 billions. And of course, one of those sectors is diesel for transport sector. And if we just produce biomethane and transport sector are going for using the same biomethane that we're producing here in Latvia, at that point, everybody will be the winners. And now we have discussion with transport sector, how we can help them for go forward. Of course, one for is infrastructure. And we already have the infrastructure working there. And now we must go for consumers, because there's always like chicken egg, who will be the first, biomethane producers or consumers who will use it. And at this point, we try to find support from the government who will give the first impact for the first projects. And that's very important. From government side, one is a framework, but secondly, it's to give the first impact that it will work.
Well, amazing. Well, I want to go with the question to Andres. Actually, you have amazing experience also in banking, right? I guess it's 25 years of, you're also supervisory board of the SD Bank. So very often we have a question about the shale oil, and you have it in plan to be decommissioned. Whether the Estonian economy suffer or will suffer out of that. And so how that economic possible benefit looks like in Estonia. Do you see the transition as a possible business case, or it's the responsibility with a certain cost the society should take on, just minimizing the dependencies we have?
I think we are in the middle of the greatest transition of decades, or maybe even a century, switching really away from one source of energy to clean sources of energy. And that's not the ideological change. It is just pure economics, because investment in clean technologies is cheaper, it delivers more efficient benefits, higher returns, and also is better for environment, health, and many other things. So I think there are obviously people who say that this is all ideology, but I completely disagree. It's pure economics. Now, about the oil shale industry in Estonia, there is a time for everything, and the oil shale industry has served Estonian economy well. It's also needed at the moment, precisely for dispatchable capacity, because we have a lot of renewables in the grid, but we don't have yet other new dispatchable generation capacities in the grid, which we have been ordering. So by 28, 29, we should have more dispatchable gas turbines. Then producing electricity from oil shale is pretty much marginal. The main revenue from oil shale is still from the oil, what is produced, and this oil is blending component for marine fuels. The time span of this business depends really about the global regulation about marine fuels and also the price of oil. So there is not much what local policy making can do. I think I also want to reflect a bit on this climate side. Climate policy is competitiveness policy, because if we don't switch to the cleaner technologies which are more efficient, then we will be less competitive or not competitive at all. Again, not ideological choice, just simple economics. And that's why sort of this chart, what you started, was really about clean energy investments. It wasn't about how much new coal-fired or oil shale-fired power plants we will make. And to put it very simple, 1 megawatt installed capacity of oil shale power plant is about 3 million. Equivalent for a gas turbine is about 1. So anyone who has done in life any investment knows what you will pick, and obviously solar, wind, even cheaper. So from that angle, I think we need to manage this transition, and this is what we are doing. There is actually a lot of investment coming in to the northeastern part of Estonia, which is traditionally been the mining region and electricity producing region. And these are really new strategically important companies, like for example Neom Magnet Factory, which is doing permanent magnets, which are essential components in wind turbines, electric cars, bit like chips. If you don't have permanent magnets, you don't have wind turbines, you don't have electric car running. So this is a strategic vertical what we are also developing in Estonia, which has a unique capabilities outside of China, who is basically the lead, sort of a dominant force on the market. So that all these components, I think, play nicely together. That it's not that life is stopping in northeast Estonia. It is new investment what is coming in. There are great people with industrial experience who are willing and able to work in a different business field. And there is also a lot of support what has been from the government and the EU for a just transition, because I think at the end we need to to manage this process really carefully. But the end result is switching to the clean technologies and clean energy. That will be a winning bet for sure.
Amazing comment from the person who works with figures, I understand, for ages. And now I move to you, Žygimante, as well. Everybody is amazed how fast the renewable energy projects are moving in Lithuania. So the question would be, how you manage that? How the Lithuanian society supports? Well, actually, is it true that everybody, all the municipalities are happy about the green project being developed? And what is the secret behind? And how could you characterize the main beneficiaries of the transition in Lithuania, if any, of course?
Very good question, and absolutely not. Not only communities are really supporting, but from the government side, of course, there are no magic recipe. I would say we are doing the same, more or less. The question is that, of course, the main thing, what we are trying to explain and concerning the main beneficiaries is this, that once we are producing electricity in our country, in our region, we have less to import. And it has very concrete price. So last year, for example, we calculated that that every day, once we are reduced the import of electricity from our neighboring countries, so every day we saved 1 million euro. One day 1 million, 1 week 7 million, 1 month 30 million, and so on. So this is a simple mathematics, and this is of course beneficial for the market players. This is of course the services companies and so on. So the money is in the country. It's important. And then how we achieve this local community support? It's not an easy. It's not an easy, absolutely. And most of the part has been done by the developers themselves. They are talking. They have to talk a lot. They have to discuss the things. And I'm looking to this oval this circle carpet. This is the system for the wind. When you're building the windmill, so there is the zone where it's not possible to build the windmill concerning the living space, the houses, and so on. But the rest part also should receive the compensation. And we have the same systems in the Baltic countries that the local communities are benefiting. And the physical persons, individual persons are benefiting from the wind parks. So they are receiving the concrete financing. They are developing the communities projects. They are building some roads, for example, some cultural festivals and so on. So they see that this is, as their support is transferring to the concrete financial benefits. And this is important. And then, of course, other communities are learning from that. But we have to take care of very concrete things that sometimes the support system should be very efficient. That this should be not only a theoretical one, but the people would be feeling a very concrete practical support. So I would say this is a lot of work have to be done to persuade the community just to not to have this NIMBYs effect, not in my backyard, that's very important. But later on, I think this is really moving smoothly, and then we have the result.
Oh, great success, I mean, because all the projects are going on. So your developers are doing a good job persuading. So this is something maybe for also our developers to have a look at. However, of course, there is the experience exchange going on. So just coming back to the more strategical conversation, I have a question to all of you. What would be the one priority you would define for the next 5, 10, and 25 years, so till 2050, to do in energy policy? So what is the most important thing to do? Well, I will start probably with Kasper, with you.
I would say there isn't one priority. It's like I ask the same question about which chair leg will be more important for next 20 years. Everything is important. And here you see definitely security, competitive price, we see, and stability of the system. Those are what we see will be definitely on the table for the next 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 years. Of course, maybe some change would be more important, but we all understand that there can't be possibility for very expensive electricity price. It's definitely not the solution, and so we must balancing finding the real one. So I would say there isn't one opinion, definitely one point. There will be more, and the energy sector is one of the most interesting, and I totally agree the most changing sector this will be for next. But I totally can agree that the next 5-10 years, the energy sector will be much more faster growing and changing, and to take it towards the balancing the system will be really challenging for everybody.
Andres?
I also take two. One is security and protection of critical infrastructure, and the second is investment in new clean power generation, and everything else will just follow.
Very good, Zygmantas.
Your task is very difficult. I will try to negotiate also with you as a moderator. I think it's really difficult to say one thing, and I totally agree with the colleagues. I think it's an abbreviation. It could be RRF. I'm not talking about the recovery and the resilience facility. This money is already over. I'm talking about the renewables, resilience, and flexibility of the energy systems. I think these will be the most important things. Of course, the financing part also is very important, but having that, we will be really secure, we will be competitive, and it will be better price stability for both business and individual consumers.
Okay, very good. And we have some questions from Slido. Let's have a look. When and if Baltics will have joint energy strategy, in particular electricity, as effectively it is one market? So, well, I would first of all probably ask you, is it possible to have one Baltic energy strategy? And here I would like to, I don't know, your politicians, you can give a very long answer, and nobody understands that, but just keeping it to yes or no.
Yes, it's possible.
Good.
Yes, we think we move already in this direction.
Absolutely. As we have synchronized our networks, everything is possible.
Okay, so actually the next tricky question would be when, yeah, but we will not touch it. Probably let's go with the next one. What will be your position towards Russian fuel after a potential peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia and lifting sanctions by the EU? It's a tough one. So, who would like to take this question?
It's an easy one, unchanged.
Someone to add?
No changes. I think this is the end of the story on Russian supplies.
Kasper?
I agree with my colleagues. I think there's too fast discussion about it. We have done work to be done before.
Okay, so very clear. It was easy. Curtailment of offshore wind seems possible in the Baltics. Example, Lithuania. Interest of the developers in offshore wind is low. Okay, so what is the plan of ministry? The question is that the interest for the offshore wind development seems to be low in the Baltic states. So do we need this offshore actually? Maybe onshore is enough? Who wants to give a comment on that?
I'm happy to. I think offshore should be part of a portfolio. The challenge we face, and that's not only with offshore, it relates to every long life, capital intensive energy asset, be it offshore wind, nuclear, long-term power storage. Banks are financing it for 20 years, but the lifetime of these assets is well beyond. Obviously, then it gets a bit tricky to make Excel sheet to work, so there needs to be much longer financing. This is where we can have a different credit enhancement or guarantee schemes to work. And the second point relates to investors. They also would like to see some revenue certainty. The question is how it is achieved. And I would say it is a better way to achieve it by eliminating the negative and very low prices and getting the energy price into a reasonable corridor where the bottom is not zero or negative, but it is, say, 50 or whatever number you want to put, and then the top is whatever it is, and then I think many projects will become bankable. So I think that is the challenge predominantly, that we don't have at the moment possibility, unless we do a CFD, which doesn't fly in Estonia because a too big number was floated around, 2.6 billion cost to a taxpayer. I mean, I don't know if in any country, if it is presented in that way, taxpayers would say, oh, great idea, let's do a CFD. So that's why we need to be a bit more sophisticated, but I agree, the market is broken from that end, and we need to get the financing part for both equity and debt fixed. It's possible, but it takes a bit of time.
Kasper, we will have offshore one day in Latvia?
It's possible. I would totally agree, and what said my colleague. The biggest challenge, of course, is investment. And for our side, of course, we see the possibility in our energy portfolio in the future. We see there's quite needed about it. There's really getting some, but the biggest challenge is, of course, is investment. It's because mostly look at the private investments, and we understand CFD any. Like now at the moment in Latvia, support for offshore wind projects is really hard to explain. First of all, it's very hard to explain for like society why we need support. Some projects we see is onshore projects going without any support of government or any society, and they're moving forward and they say we want to build more. At the same time, okay, and we all understand if we starting to subsidize offshore wind projects, then the onshore wind projects okay because they will work in the same market. And then there will be less interest on onshore wind projects move forward. So at the moment we more concentrate on offshore wind projects. They're moving forward easier. There are investments, there are projects that are more readiness stage. And then I agree about some nearest future will be more discussion and more already for some more interest in offshore. But previously we must do our homework on onshore wind and then we go for offshore wind.
Well, Žygimantas, you already done your homework on onshore. So, are you going back home and starting the offshore?
Actually, we have started this before, and I think is that in energy diversification is the key. Diversification of supplies, and also it applies when we are talking about renewables. So we have to have diversified renewables. That's why strategically and practically we need offshore, definitely. And in current weeks and days, this is the case that in case we would have offshore, the prices would be lower because the offshore wind is more efficient. It's in such a circumstances, it really would be helping to our consumers. The main question, actually, I totally agree with the colleagues, it's the price, because currently the offshore wind is a risky business. And for this, you have to have the management and to manage, the financial risks. And this is the question about the debts and so on. So that's why I definitely would say that one day Lithuania will be offshore. But the question on the timing, we have the several auctions already. It has not been successful, but now working further, considering this project for the future. But we have to have the balanced approach that the CFD scheme, that the consumers would not be overpaying to that, and also to have the level playing field with the onshore producers. That's very important.
So will it be before or after the small nuclear reactor?
I would say, I would guess more or less at the same time.
Amazing. We are looking forward to see it. So, and now, well, actually summarizing the strategy discussion, all of you mentioned that it is possible to have one single Baltic strategy, and that's why today we have a very important step towards that. And the three Baltic ministers will sign a joint statement on coordinating this common strategy. It's amazing because, well, of course, as you mentioned, we're good colleagues, but we're at the same time competing. Everybody's planning to have an export to the neighbors, and the neighbors are we, right? And so that's why there is some kind of mismatch between the strategies, but we will have the procedure now and very nice event signing on that. But while we are having this small technical arrangement, there will be a slider for the audience to give an answer to the question, what do you see is the first priority, or what should be done by the ministers within 1 year as a priority? So, and we are a little bit waiting for the technical arrangement.
Yes, indeed, everyone, as Olga already mentioned, it's time for us now to answer some questions for the audience. So open Slido on your phone and indeed answer to the question. If you could ask your energy minister to fix just one thing in the next 12 months, what would it be? I remind that you can find the code to Slido on your badge, in the program, and also on the screen here. So we are already getting some answers. So we would like the energy ministers to fix energy. I think that's a good one, yeah. But stability, price, long-term planning, policy, clarity, and rules, I think these all ring roughly the same bell. We want more, probably, predictability in the energy system. So far, we haven't gotten any answer submitted more than once, so there's a lot of diversity in the opinions. Oh, someone wants subsidies. Okay. Let's be careful with that. Okay, energy security and price have come ahead as the leaders. I think that's quite understandable. Reliability really was kind of a key topic all through today. We heard it in every session, almost every session, so it's really something important. But price, for the time being, is even more important. Of course, we talk about the energy trilemma, we talk about affordability, and unless we can get price affordable for our end consumers, for our industry, we cannot be competitive. So if we can fix the price, and I guess it means getting the price lower, but it could also mean, in some context, getting the price sustainable also from the producer side. As we heard earlier today, a good price is the one that satisfies both the consumers of energy and the producers of energy. All right, we actually have a lot of activity here. So some controversial opinions as well. For instance, postpone Green Deal for many years. Okay. Laws and regulations in line with practical possibilities. Infrastructure de-risking, better grids, clear strategy, coordination. Well, I'll see that the stage is almost finished with its magical makeover, but you can still submit some answers here, because I remind that this conference is being broadcast live in several countries and through multiple channels. So you will also have an opportunity, of course, to see the recording of the conference if you missed some parts due to networking or other reasons today. So it seems that we are ready. The magical makeover has happened. And Olga, I give the word back to you.
I do have my mic on. It means it's time to proceed. Excellencies, ministers, please stand in front of the flags. And well, first of all, of course, many thanks for really exciting discussions and your insights. I think everybody was listening carefully and taking notes on everything what was mentioned today, and everybody is looking forward for very strong energy strategy definition, and also the moving forward with the KPIs which are highlighted in those strategies. And in order to help those synchronization of different strategies happen, we have the joint statement on the common work, common dedication to have this work synchronized, not only in grids, but also in policies. So please sign.
In a synchronized manner.
In a synchronized way. Oh, okay. So it's not a simple thing. signatures.
Yes, each of you have signatures now in your copy, and that's a great moment for a historical picture.
Very good.
Thank you very much. And again, let's give a lot of applause to our dear panelists who are providing very exciting highlights for the future of the energy policy, which will definitely help us navigating in that uncertainty. Investors are looking forward to more certainty, and you are those who are ruling that process. And good luck, of course, with your energy strategies.
Thanks.
Applauses to our
Let's
panelists.
do like in the synchronization.
Synchronization.
Like this way.
So synchronization.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Carlos?
Yeah, thank you, Olga. Thank you, ministers. I think this was a truly historic session. A bit of more synchronization in policy and energy strategy. I think this is something that the energy industry in the Baltic states has hoped for quite some time, and it's very good to see positive progress towards this direction. And this has been a remarkable day today, and during the conference I was sitting in the first row and I was trying to maybe make some notes, what are the key things that we are hearing here today. And bear with me, I will be very short, just I will highlight some of the distilled let's say, takeaways that I arrived to. Well, first of all, we heard, as I mentioned previously, that reliability really is key, and we ought not to cut corners in the energy transition on stability, because if we go overboard without thinking about stability, it can be a bit of an issue, as we have seen in some of the examples in the world. Now, my second takeaway is that electrification is both the goal, but also the instrument towards achieving that goal. For the reason that electrification means lower per unit costs, it's more attractive grid economics and stronger business case for renewables. And large consumers with the right incentives, with the right market signals, with the right smart controls can be not burden to the grids, but rather enablers of even more generation. The third one is that finance really should be holistic and not locked into low impact small projects. And the money is there via EU funds, via private investment, but it's really key how we distribute that finance for the most impactful, let's say, opportunities. My fourth takeaway is that community acceptance is paramount for optimizing or balancing the energy trilemma. And today's discussion reminded us that NIMBY is not necessarily irrational. Rather, it's a signal that perhaps people have been left behind, they have not been sufficiently included early enough or transparently enough in the discussion, in the project that are developing near them. And my final takeaway is pretty much just what happened and what I mentioned the first, that increased cooperation between the Baltic states in the energy sector is something that we really need, and it's very heartwarming to see it happening. Now, for the actual final words, I once again turn to Olga, and please, the final remarks are for you.
Well, thank you, Carlis. Thank you, Carlos. An excellent work, and you were really following through all the discussions and taking notes. I will probably just add few moments, 3. Transparency and mutual trust probably is absolutely essential and crucial for ensuring development. And this is also the question of NIMBY. So if people understand what's going on and how to cope with their challenges and actually issues addressed, and things might happen. Clear goals are necessary for everyone in the process. Time is pressure. It's costly to have long projects. Transition is not a free lunch. And banks are not giving money for free. They are expecting some profit to get back. So if there are projects going on, it means that they are bankable. Consistency in the following the target of the strategies is absolutely necessary. So these are probably my main three takeaways. But otherwise, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the panelists, to all the speakers of today's session, to the audience being patient, and I hope that you enjoyed this discussion. I would like also to say thank you to the co-organizers of this conference. It is the Ministry of Climate and Energy of the Republic of Latvia. It is the University of Latvia hosting this event today. It is Latvenergo, it's Nordic Council of Ministers office in Latvia, it's EPRI Institute, it's the British Embassy in Riga, it's Konrad Adenauer Fund. In the Baltic states, it's Aged Not Aged, OLED Production, Electric Power Engineers, Schwenk, Latvia, Augsburgo Materials, and of course the World Energy Latvia member committees members. Our outreach partners were taking care of broadcasting this event worldwide, and of course through our World Energy Council's channels. Many countries were following that. I would like to say many thanks to all the volunteers. Actually, more than 60 people were preparing all the content and working on the small details. Definitely future energy leaders of Latvia. These are amazing, energized young experts of the World Energy Council Latvia program. There are the volunteers from the University of Latvia and many others. And of course, a very special thank I would like to say to Kārlis Balputnis, who is the Future Energy Leaders Latvia Leadership Program board member. I would like to give a very big applause to you, Kārlis. Perfect management of timing. I know that it was tough because the discussions were very hot, but you made it perfectly. And of course, I hope that today's discussions will be not just another conference. Of course, I'm sure that you had great coffee breaks and some notes taking, but I really would like to wish to ourselves that we catch something from the content. And probably the biggest wish would be then we meet after some time with you somewhere. You come and say, you know, Olga, during your conference, during the coffee breaks of this Navigating Energy conference, there was an idea which brought me to the nice project, like the business project or the policy project or maybe just social project. I think this is the biggest value what we could, should, and wish create today as a result of this event. Once again, thanks a lot for coming and for being with us today and also in other days. Thank you.